Please be seated. I've been notified by Carol McCullion that she is not available to raise the matter of her adjournment topic on mental health de-escalation in North Belfast, so that will not happen today. First item on the order paper is member statements, and I call Emma Sheeran.
I rise this morning in what is now becoming an annual tradition to congratulate Robert Emmet Slaughtneil on the retention of their Ulster Club Championship final on Sunday past. Their 6th in 9 years, an amazing feat for the small South Derry club. And I want to congratulate them following their emphatic victory over St John's of Antrim, beating them by 13 points, and wish them all the very best in their next game against Galway champions Loughrea. I know that the people of Slaughtneil are very proud of their team and their club, and this is the result of an awful amount of commitment and hard work over the past year. And I want to particularly mention my friends McMullins from Moneysharvin, Patrick, Mayra and Jimmy, who will no doubt be shouting up the Robbies for many weeks to come.
People of Belfast deserve better. They deserve better than the absolute disgraceful scenes we witnessed at Belfast City Council last night, when 32 members of that council showed exactly where their priorities lie, and it is not with the ratepayers of Belfast. In a move, Mr Speaker, which is now subject to legal action, councillors changed the rules to try and avoid court scrutiny. They forced a member of staff, Mr Speaker, to work after midnight last night, not to empty overflowing bins in every part of our city, not to remove 80 alley gates which currently sit derelict in Duncrew Industrial Estate, which are meant to be used to protect pensioners but can't be installed due to a lack of staff. Our staff were not instructed to fix Grove Leisure Centre, which has been closed for 2 years. A member of staff was forced by the party opposite to stay in City Hall to erect a flag of Palestine. This was a blatant abuse of process and a disgraceful attempt by Sinn Féin and the SDLP to run ahead of the courts, which will sit in 25 minutes' time. The very party, Mr Speaker, which introduced minority protections in the Local Government Act of 2014, the SDLP, have now ran roughshod over that. Mr Speaker, last night a letter from the Jewish community, which I am honoured to represent, was read into the council record, outlining their objections to the decision. When that was read, Mr Speaker, members of that council laughed and sneered at their opposition. They laughed and sneered at the fact that that community, who is a minority in Belfast, felt intimidated by that decision. Of course, Mr Speaker, shortly after the attacks of October the 11th, the parties opposite blocked the lighting up of City Hall in solidarity with the victims of the Hamas terrorist attacks. Their record, Mr Speaker, is clear when it comes to the protection of the Jewish community in our city. Unionism in Belfast, Mr Speaker, will not be walked over. We successfully legally blocked the last decision, and we will continue to use every legal and political protection to ensure that the people of Belfast are not discriminated against by a pan-Republican front who are more interested in fighting wars in the Middle East than delivering for the people of the city that we should all be honoured to represent.
Honourable McMurray.
It's the season of peace, goodwill to all men. It's also, I'm sure you're reflecting on it too, the season of Advent. And in the season of Advent, it defines a story of a young family making their way across in a very, very challenging political, social and economic situation. And that story is always, I reflect on quite a lot. But this whole thing, Chair, Mr Speaker, has been issued or missed by some people in this society, because last night there was a threat issued to all elected reps in Newry Morning Down District Council against that council decision to endorse a council of sanctuary. So at the very outset, Mr Speaker, I want to stand in solidarity with all elected reps in Newry Morning Down, be them councillors, MLAs, MPs, because across all parties that are sitting here today as well, because it's such a humbling role, it's such a proud role to be an elected rep and serve society. I also want to thank the PSNI for the proactive role that they've taken. I know this has been an ongoing issue, and I know that they're working very hard, and they were very quick last night to phone around and offer support and advice. So I do want to thank the PSNI. But I also just want to say that to have men in balaclavas in front of flags reading crumpled statements with guns, well, I mean, it hasn't defined my politics. It isn't defining my politics, nor will it ever define my politics. What defines my politics is my party colleagues in here. What defines my politics is the other parties, that we may be in agreement, we may be in disagreement, but the political discourse in this chamber that defines my politics, and it is that moves this society forward. So yes, I just want to stand in solidarity with all the other elected reps. I want to offer my thanks to the PSNI, and I want to completely refute the threats made by this grouping as of last night. And again, on the matter of the City of Sanctuary and Newry Morning Down Council, it was a right thing to do, it was a just thing to do, and it's an empathetic thing to do. And I would thank the Chamber.
Doug Biddy.
Mr. Speaker, the issue of non-disclosure agreements has been thrown into sharp focus since the criminal investigation was launched into the Presbyterian Church of Ireland. I don't intend to talk about that particular case, but NDAs in general. Of course, NDAs are needed for commercially sensitive material or privileged medical information, for example. But having been approached by multiple individuals, I now have a number of grave concerns about the general use of NDAs. NDAs are mostly put in place following employment disputes. However, there seems to be a prevalence of NDAs in the charity sector and in religious organisations, to a stage I would be concerned that the Charity Commission are blind to many NDAs and or turning a blind eye. Women seem to be more susceptible to NDAs than men. There are cases of coercion being used to force individuals to sign NDAs, including, and in one case I heard, a family member in employment being targeted to get their spouse to sign an NDA. They are used to cover up bullying, harassment, sexual impropriety, and incredibly, NDAs are used to hide criminal offences. Those who sign NDAs do not know the long-term effect on future employment because they have no way of explaining to a future employer that the issue they had with their last employer was settled between them. Why is that? Industrial employment tribunals no longer give a full judgment on the NDA being agreed apart from the claim was dismissed following withdrawal. That's all it says on the judgment. The judgment is then not publicly registered, so nobody can go online to the Industrial Tribunal webpage and see that a case has been settled. We now have the ludicrous situation where charities, churches, employees and government organisations can neither confirm nor deny if an NDA is in place, and the public and future employers have no way of checking if there is a systemic issue because it is no longer recorded. If you are a claimant, you're not even allowed to say you have an NDA. Mr. Speaker, this needs to change, and the wording of any tribunal needs to reflect exactly what has happened, and it needs to go on a public register. Sadly, it is this chamber that changed those rules only last year. This is something we need to sort out for the Justice Department and for the Department for the Economy, because right now it's being abused.
Speak about the same subject as Mr McMurray, and no doubt other local reps in the Chamber will wish to mention it too. Last evening a video emerged which I am almost loath to give the oxygen of publicity, because it clearly was in part a disgraceful attempt to garner publicity for a group of masked men wearing balaclavas and holding what appear to be weapons. Whether they are real or not, we don't know, and the PSNI thankfully have moved quickly to investigate. These individuals sought to intimidate verbally and issue threats to elected members of Newry Morning District Council, a district which stretches from the outer edges of my constituency in Saintfield all the way to Crossmaglen at the border. A number of weeks ago, months ago now, a vote took place which was about endowing the council with the status of Council of Sanctuary, which is not in any way what lots of misinformation online has suggested. Lots of that misinformation has been grotesque, deliberate, and has been used to stir up hatred by online actors, and social media companies have allowed that to fester and foment, culminating in masked men last night regurgitating the tropes that so many of us thought we had moved on from on this island. Masked men with guns issuing threats to elected representatives. That is grotesque, it is contemptible, and it is unacceptable. As I said, I don't want to overestimate what this means, but nor do I want to minimise what it means. There are individuals who are elected to that council, many of whom are friends and colleagues of mine, for whom I have the utmost respect, and I have the utmost respect for representatives from all parties who are represented in this chamber who are on that council and indeed serve as elected representatives more broadly. They get up in the morning, often with their own family responsibilities and their own things going on in their lives, and they do their best, whatever their political perspective, to represent their district and their constituency. They put themselves forward. We all put ourselves forward. We put our face on election posters. We put our name on a ballot paper. We put our email address and our contact details out there so the people who elect us can contact us with their views and we can articulate them. That is the precise opposite of the cowardice of people putting a video out threatening elected representatives. It is grotesquely anti-democratic. I stand in solidarity, obviously, with my colleagues, not just in my party, but every party. But I also say to all of us in this chamber, we need to stand united. We need to stand united as Democrats against this kind of wicked, grotesque intimidation. It is being fomented online by parts of the far right. We don't know which international actors are helping spread it. We don't apparently have any accountability for social media companies, but we cannot allow this to chill democracy. In Newry, Morning and everywhere else, the people who are elected will do their jobs without intimidation. Thank you.
I want to speak about the disgraceful escalation in threats against elected representatives in Newry Morning over recent weeks. The sinister threats issued online against elected members of Newry Morning are an attack on democracy and the mandate that each of us receive from the public, and they deserve unequivocal condemnation from political leaders. And I want to send solidarity to my colleagues in Newry Morning District Council and to my colleagues from other parties who we work collegiately with and have done since our election to the Council. I want to send solidarity to them and their families today as well. These individuals represent no one, and they will not deter Sinn Féin elected representatives or any democratically elected representatives from carrying out our work every day representing our constituents. Those pushing fear and scapegoating minorities are promoting a failed, backward agenda that has no place here. The overwhelming majority of people across this island reject this toxic narrative. Ireland today is diverse, it is inclusive and compassionate. Sinn Féin elected representatives will continue building an Ireland that rejects racism, hatred and division, and promote equality, compassion, socio-economic justice and unity. And we have seen, as others have said, a dangerous escalation in these incidents. It started from online abuse, threats against people, graffiti at people's homes, people being harassed when they're out shopping and socialising, bombs left at people's offices, and now this latest threat as of last night. Someone is going to get hurt as a result of this, and it won't be enough to offer condemnation after that fact. All elected representatives have a responsibility to promote human rights, equality. The language and tone of elected representatives in this chamber and in the media should be accurate, it should be respectful, and it should promote unity rather than division. There is no place in our society for paramilitaries, there is no place for these thugs, there is no place for these gangsters. The gangsters behind these threats, they represent no one. They speak for no one. Unlike those of us who have been democratically elected, we are from and of our communities, and we will continue to speak for our communities. All of us here must work together to face down these chilling threats against all people democratically elected to represent their constituents.
Brian Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday my colleague Philip Brett posed an urgent oral question to the First Minister regarding the clear contradictions in Sinn Féin's position in relation to the damage caused to the portrait of a DUP Lord Mayor at Belfast City Hall during an Irish language event in October 2024. What resulted in that question time was a blatant example of stonewalling and evasion, with the First Minister refusing to give any meaningful answers. Some people may ask, why is the DUP and other parties going on about this issue? Well, we have a duty to expose the blatant cover-up that Sinn Féin is engaged in. Let me repeat again the key contradiction in Sinn Féin's position at two different points in time. On the 21st of October 2024, the First Minister, Michelle O'Neill, informed the Northern Ireland Assembly in this chamber as follows. Today, I quote, "Today a Sinn Féin employee who works in the Assembly made the party chief whip aware of their involvement in an incident regarding a portrait on Belfast City Hall which took place on Saturday the 19th of October. The employee was immediately suspended, and we, Sinn Féin, have notified the PSNI today." You would think that was pretty clear-cut, and she also said the employee had resigned from their employment and from the party membership. However, in the statement from the Public Prosecution Service last week, in which they said they would not be progressing due to lack of evidence, we were told that a witness statement subsequently made by the Sinn Féin Chief Whip in February 2024, who had spoken directly to the individual in October 2024, recorded that he had in fact made no admission to being at the event and had denied any knowledge of the damage. This is a total contradiction to what the First Minister said in this Assembly. She said the Chief Whip had been informed by the individual of his involvement and that they had reported this to the police, but in their statement, the Chief Whip then said that he had made no admission to being at the event and had denied any knowledge of the damage. As we said yesterday, either the First Minister misled this Assembly or the Chief Whip misled the PSNI. Sinn Féin need to confirm which one is it. They are both very serious matters. Mr. Speaker, the truth matters, and the public expects that those who make the rules should follow the rules. We will continue to expose this cover-up, which is shameful.
Stuart Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, I want to address the proposal for a ministerial trade mission to China and invite the Minister to rethink that. I want to set out why this is not the right course of action at this time. As an executive and as a legislature, we all recognise the importance of international trade, attracting investment and opening new markets for Northern Ireland. We all want our economy to grow and our innovators to thrive and our businesses to compete on a global stage. But economic engagement cannot be detached from the principles from which this place is supposed to stand: human rights, democracy and the respect of the rule of law. China is currently subject of serious, credible and sustained allegations of human rights violations. These include the mass detention and surveillance of Uyghur and other minority communities, the dismantling of democratic freedoms and civic space in Hong Kong, and severe restrictions on freedom of religion, association and expression across the country. These are all well-documented concerns around forced labour and supply chains linked to key sectors such as textiles, solar components and technology. So, Mr. Speaker, in that context, a high-profile trade mission led by a Northern Ireland minister risks being interpreted as indifferent to those abuses. It risks being used by the Chinese to state a project legitimacy and normalisation of their society, and it risks placing commercial opportunity above the universal human dignity. This is not the message that Northern Ireland should be sending out. We need to recognise the issue of consistency. If we take a strong stance on human rights in some parts of the world, we cannot adopt a different standard when it comes to others. Our approach must be principled, predictable and fair. Turning a blind eye to abuses in one country while condemning them in another weakens our credibility and undermines the very values that we claim to uphold. Consistency is not only morally necessary, it is essential to maintain trust in our international voice. There is another concern that we must acknowledge. The Executive Office already allocates significant public funds to support an overseas bureau in Beijing. At a time when resources are under intense pressure, when public services are struggling and every pound has to be justified, many will be reasonably asking whether expanding engagement with China is appropriate, particularly in the absence of clear human rights safeguards and transparency objectives. We need to, and until there is a demonstrable progress on human rights in China, a proposed mission, Mr. Speaker, should not proceed. Northern Ireland must show leadership by proving that prosperity and principle are not opposing forces but inseparable aims. I look forward to hearing what the Economy Minister has in respect of her future plans for China.
DUP unequivocally condemn all violence. We condemn the threats of violence towards elected representatives. And last night, as was referred, we saw a disturbing video appear online where masked men made threatening comments towards local politicians in Newry Morningdown area. This is unacceptable. People who have stood up for their community and are democratically elected to these positions by the public should never be subjected to this. The PSNI have confirmed that they are investigating this video, and we fully support their investigation to establish the identity of those involved, who this group is, and the viability of the threat, and to take steps to ensure the safety of elected representatives as they go about their business. In this online world, these videos and threats are even more dangerous than when I was young, as they are shared widespread. And it was disturbing this morning for me to face questions from my children asking, "Mummy, are the IRA back?" Growing up in the 80s and the 90s in South Down, in the minority unionist community, we were terrorised regularly. I do not want that for my children. They deserve better, and that is a key reason as to why I stand here in this House as an elected representative for South Down, to make this a better place for them and for their future. It is imperative that the PSNI identify who posted this video, what was the IP address, and no matter what is discovered about this organisation, those who were involved in posting this video in the malicious communications need to be prosecuted. In this modern world, everyone who has a platform needs to take responsibility and be held to account for what it is used for. For those of us who stand as minorities in our own constituencies, like myself and the five DUP councillors, 6 unionist councillors in Newry Morningdown, it is a difficult place. My colleague Willie Irwin in Newry and Armagh, my colleague Gary Middleton in Foyle, we suffer this abuse and threatening behaviour on a regular basis, and it is not lost on us. That is unacceptable for each and every one of us, and it is unacceptable to see this video last night. As was said by the Leader of Opposition, I don't like to give this any further publicity, but it does need to be called out. And it is also not lost on me the hypocrisy when we see the Sinn Féin MP for the area stand up and speak of these faceless thugs. When we think of the history of South Down, the faceless thugs, the IRA that murdered William Heenan in Leganani, Alan Johnson in Kilkeel going about his work, we do not want to return to the days of the past. This is not the future we want for our children. We deserve better here in Northern Ireland. We stand with our elected representatives and we support the police in this investigation.
McAllister.
Mr. Speaker, Katie Simpson was murdered in August 2020, and her death and the failure to achieve justice for Katie is still felt today. But her legacy will live on, and that legacy will be that this will never happen again. But that legacy can only truly be lived if we have full transparency and accountability of what happened. This past weekend, we saw the release of the second half of the BBC Sounds podcast, Assume Nothing, about Katie's death and the subsequent investigation. I've known the details around these issues for some years and brought them to the relevant authorities every time new information came to light. Often I was met with raised voices and patronising remarks and being told to keep my questions to private. I want to pay credit to this time to Tanya Fowles, a journalist who kept the public and the police pressure on to ensure that this information came out to the public. But the revelations about Katie's death and investigation, which finally came out this weekend, are so significant that attention must be drawn to them. Tanya Fowles has made it public that a staff member of an elected representative contacted her to tell her to back off, that there was nothing to see, using information that could only have been gained from inside the police. That is hugely significant, and so I say it again, political interference by the staff member of an elected representative with knowledge and information known only by the PSNI. Another element of this podcast, shining a light again on the resistance from many within the PSNI, resistance to investigate Katie's death, which many knew was a murder. And the question made public again, why was her murderer's records hidden from the internal PSNI systems? That could not have been a mistake. The release of these episodes has brought a raft of new concerns to the public domain, and I want to assure all who have listened and contacted me and Tanya and others that I remain committed to uncovering the full truth behind these events. I want to make sure that nothing like this ever happens again, and for that, there must be accountability and transparency from everyone involved. Thank you.
McElwain.
On Saturday evening, I was delighted to host a gala ball in Parliament Buildings, bringing to an end a year of celebration for Carrickmannon Primary School as they marked their 200th anniversary. It's proudly Northern Ireland's oldest school. It began in 1825 in a one-room, thatched roof schoolhouse in the outskirts of Ballygowan with a grant of £22 on land granted by Lord Dufferin. This little school witnessed the Industrial Revolution, the reign of Queen Victoria, the launch and sinking of the Titanic, and 2 world wars. Its influence can be traced through generations and through individuals whose contributions have shaped our cultural, academic and medical landscape. One of its earliest former pupils was James Muntz, the renowned Ulster Scots poet who produced a 400-page volume of poetry that continues to be recognised within Ulster Scots literature. Sir John Henry Biggert, who attended the school from 1911, became Dean of the Faculty of Medicine at Queen's, a post he held for an extraordinary 28 years. His leadership was instrumental in the development of the blood transfusion service and played a defining role in the evolution of the health service of Northern Ireland. But the legacy of Carrickmannon Primary School is not confined to the achievements of individuals. It's also seen in how the small school has inspired collective action, action that changed healthcare in Northern Ireland. In the late 1980s, the Carrickmannon Scanner Appeal was launched. At that time, no MRI scanners existed anywhere in Northern Ireland or the Irish Republic. A local child's illness exposed this urgent need for one. Dr. McKinstry, an early and passionate advocate for MRI technology, was invited to Carrickmannon to explain its potential. In a packed room, he described how the scanner could detect abnormalities as small as a grain of sand. The school's former principal, Mrs. Montgomery, asked what could be done. His answer, £700,000 to secure Northern Ireland's first MRI scanner. What followed was extraordinary. A school that normally raised modest sums for annual charities became the heart of a province-wide movement. Schools, churches, businesses and community groups rallied around Carrickmannon, organising countless fundraising events. Driven by the commitment of staff, parents and local people, the target was reached and exceeded. The first MRI scanner in Northern Ireland was housed in a purpose-built facility at the Royal Victoria Hospital, known appropriately as Carrickmannon House. It was transformative for healthcare in Northern Ireland. This is a family-orientated school with a big heart, welcoming pupils from the village and rural community. It has been recognised for its exceptional pastoral care and academic achievements, and it's a shining example of what a small rural school can achieve. On its bicentenary, it is fitting that this chamber recognises Carrickmannon Primary School's remarkable contribution to our society.
Ed McLaughlin, if you can confine it to 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Minister. I suppose I'm in danger of having that one transferable speech, and it's about regional balance. But I want to speak today about the challenges facing Derry and the wider North West, but also the reality shared by other areas right across Northern Ireland, places like Causeway Coast and Glens and Fermanagh and Omagh. These communities all lag the Northern Ireland average across a range of outcomes, from health, from employment to education and connectivity. And I won't go into any of the statistics at the moment, but they are having real damaging consequences for people's everyday lives. They are the workers struggling to get their jobs, to their jobs because of transport options are limited or unreliable. They are the young people from Derry to Ballymoney to Enniskillen who feel that they must leave home to build a future. And they are the children learning in classrooms, and I'm glad that the Education Minister is here, with fewer resources or buildings that have seen better days, and many of them are in my constituency. These gaps in opportunity shape a person's outcome, their choices and their life chances, and they are not the result of bad luck. They are the result of political ineptitude that has happened in this place for decades. So on that note, I want to say a thank you to the Speaker, who last week wrote to me to give me permission to access drafting services for my private member's bill, which will seek to legislate on regional balance. And can I thank you for this? And I now look forward to engaging with the Members' Bills Development, Private Members' Bills Development Unit, and I will get on to the next stage of this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item of order paper is the second stage of the General Teaching Council Bill. I call the Minister of Education to move to the second stage.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the second stage of the General Teaching Council Bill be agreed.
Second stage of the Teaching Council Bill has been moved in accordance with convention. The Business Committee has not allocated any time limits. I call on the Minister of Education to open the debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The General Teaching Council for Northern Ireland, commonly known as GTC-NI, was established as a non-departmental public body under the Education Order of 1998. It was intended to be the professional body for our teachers, setting and maintaining professional standards, setting qualification requirements to teach in our schools, and taking prompt action where a teacher's conduct or competence was unacceptable. It was also established to provide the Department with advice on teaching standards and teachers' professional development needs, helping us better support our current teachers and future school leaders. Regrettably, GTC-NI has consistently struggled to fulfil these goals, and I would like to begin by reminding members of the breadth of the GTC-NI's problems, doing so to illustrate why this bill is needed at this time. GTC-NI was established with a large 33-person leadership council that was made up of 14 elected teachers, 5 teaching union representatives, 10 nominees from educational stakeholders and 4 departmental public appointees. This slant towards a representative membership was intended to ensure that GTC-NI's decision-making was always well informed by a broad overview of the needs of the education system. In latter years, this approach proved problematic, since board members repeatedly struggled to separate their decision-making in council from the preferences of the bodies they represented. This led to the pursuit of different agendas within the council and gave rise over time to entrenched positions being adopted. The election and nomination processes used also saw some members coming on to council by their own self-assessment, with very limited understanding of public sector governance and accountability standards or strategic leadership. Some also lacked any appreciation of their responsibility as board members to take decisions solely in the best interests of GTC-NI. Relationships among council members deteriorated, with council and committee meetings becoming openly adversarial. Rather than seeking to build consensus, decision-making was characterised by partisan voting. Approval of the minutes of previous meetings often required hours of debate, leaving no time for consideration of any other business. This led to essential operational decisions being left untaken, governance failures left unaddressed, and GTC NI staff resource being squandered on internal, unproductive work of no value to teachers or the wider profession. It would not be unfair to say that had this been a concerted strategy to render GTC NI ineffective and to destroy teachers' confidence in the body, it scarcely could have been more successful. Trying to remedy matters, the department placed the body into special measures on 2 occasions, offering additional support and oversight to try to stabilise this this very troubled ship. Despite these efforts, by mid-2021, over 1/3 of the Council's membership had resigned or been withdrawn by their nominating body, citing dysfunctionality, toxicity and unprofessional behaviour within the Council as reasons for their departure. In response, the Department commissioned an independent effectiveness review of GTC NI's Council and committees, reporting in autumn of 2021. It concluded that the leadership of the body was irredeemably divided, with such low levels of trust among members that it could see no way for the body to be salvaged and brought back into compliance with normal governance requirements. Based on members' own feedback, the consultants assessed the Leadership Council as being the worst performing board they had ever encountered. Given this assessment, the review recommended that GTC NI be dissolved and replaced, and that the department should consult on what form a replacement body should take. It specifically recommended that if a new body was established, it should be overseen by a much smaller board, whose members would all be selected on the basis of their skills and experience and chosen through a public appointments process. In December of 2021, then Education Minister Michelle McIlveen announced her acceptance of these recommendations and her decision, in line with the recommendations of the review report, to stand down GTC NI's Leadership Council with immediate effect. Teachers in any grant-aided school here are legally required to hold GTC NI teacher registration, and the then Minister therefore also decided that, pending the body's replacement, GTC NI staff would continue to work to register new teachers operating under direct departmental oversight. Since then, my officials have been working to follow through on these decisions. The department has undertaken a public consultation and a teacher engagement exercises seeking views on a GTC NI replacement and the roles and functions it should deliver. In each case, a majority of respondents felt that all of the GTC NI's functions were important and that they should be retained, since they regarded as directly supporting the quality of our teaching workforce. At the same time, under departmental oversight, GTC NI staff team has managed to transform its operation, not simply handling new teacher registrations. It has reduced application processing times. It has completed a major upgrade to its IT platform and its critical teacher registration database. This replaced an obsolete system and was a critical upgrade which successive councils had failed to progress. Despite the uncertainty over its future, it has built a settled staffing structure, helping protect the organisation's experience and expertise. It has enhanced all aspects of the body's information management processes, systematically resolving all governance and accountability issues inherited from the old council, and successfully exited special measures in December of 2024. The scale of this transformation would suggest that GTC NI's staff and structures were always fundamentally correct, and the leadership and operational difficulties identified in 2021 principally stemmed from the body's dysfunctional Leadership Council. Earlier this year, I received an options analysis and supporting business case which examined many potential methods for replacing GTC NI. Given GTC NI's recent strong performance, this included an option to retain and reform GTC NI rather than dissolving it. The analysis found that retaining and reforming GTC NI provided the quickest, most cost-effective way forward, delivering all the desired functions with the lowest associated risks, while avoiding the time, costs and complexities involved in closing one non-departmental public body to establish an identical replacement. I accepted this assessment, and so this bill will now see GTC NI's retention, the reform of its board and the correction of legislative weaknesses which have to date prevented GTC-NI from regulating the profession in the manner originally envisaged. If I move on to some of the specific policy changes that the bill will deliver, I've already set out the compelling need to reform GTC-NI's board. The second core element will be to create a legally robust framework allowing GTC-NI to effectively investigate and, where necessary, take disciplinary action where allegations of unacceptable professional conduct or serious professional incompetence are received. GTC-NI will convene independent investigatory and fitness to practice panels without board involvement or influence. It will be given a broad range of sanctions, from reprimands and conditional registration orders through to suspension or prohibition orders. The bill will require those facing allegations and relevant witnesses to participate in its investigation and fitness to practice proceedings, and place a duty on employing authorities and schools to share relevant information with GTC-NI. The bill will also establish 2 new criminal offences covering individuals falsely claiming to hold GTC-NI registration or supplying false information to try to secure GTC-NI registration. While uncommon, a small number of such cases have arisen, and so we will give GTC-NI the ability to respond strongly, ensuring the safety of our pupils and, in doing so, protecting the reputation of the wider profession. The bill will see GTC-NI continue to be funded through annual registration fees. Teacher registration and regulation safeguard the quality of our teaching workforce, and annual fees allow those to be delivered without adding to the pressures on the education budget. Registration fees are charged by professional bodies and regulators throughout the United Kingdom, and it is hard to argue that teachers should pay nothing to belong to their professional body. It will be a matter, though, for the GTC-NI's new board to review its financial position and determine if any future fee increases is required, and in giving GTC-NI greater autonomy over its own financial future, the department will no longer have any approval role in the setting of fees. It's important when legislating that departments plan for future needs where these can be reasonably anticipated. The bill will therefore provide 2 powers which are already in use by other teaching regulators and which could serve to strengthen the profession and the teaching workforce here. It will provide for a new class of provisional registration for teachers. It's envisaged that this would allow someone whose initial teaching qualification is judged to have minor deficits against GTC-NI's qualification standards to be allowed to teach for a period. After that period, they would either have addressed their deficits and received full registration, or they would lose their provisional registration and be ineligible to continue to teach. Secondly, the bill will permit GTC-NI to require all teachers to periodically revalidate their registration by demonstrating their continuing participation in professional learning. All student teachers learn the importance of reflecting on their classroom practice to identify both specific learning needs and areas where their practice could be improved. Most regulated professions require their members to demonstrate that their knowledge and skills remain up to date if they wish to continue to practice in that field. Our intention is to give greater prominence to the importance of career-long teacher professional learning, raising teacher standards, and ultimately to improve the learning outcomes for all of our pupils. Rather than adding to teachers' existing workloads, in making this part of a formalised process, we envisage that teachers will, in most cases, simply need to record the professional learning and development that they are already undertaking. I recognise that these developments would represent 2 significant changes, and that each would raise issues for teachers, trade unions and oversight bodies such as the Education Committee. The Department has therefore already offered a commitment that these powers will not be commenced immediately and only after suitable consultations have occurred. Mr. Speaker, this summarises the key elements of the bill. Its intention is essentially simple: to provide our teachers with the robust and effective professional body they deserve, raising teacher standards without compromising the quality of the workforce. Our teachers enjoy a unique level of public trust, and in return, they are expected to be technically excellent educators and to demonstrate characteristics such as honesty, integrity and trustworthiness. These should inform their practice and modelled for their pupils, and that can help to shape the values which they will in turn take forward into adulthood. Professional professionalism among our teachers is already the norm. And this bill seeks to support and strengthen that by ensuring that teachers have the professional body which sets, expects and guards the highest standards for all. I commend this bill to you today.
Call Chair of the Committee, Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I rise as the Chair of the Education Committee to speak to the second stage debate on the General Teaching Council bill. Successive committees for education have been engaged in scrutiny of the General Teaching Council for over 2 mandates now, and some of the issues highlighted by the Minister have been well rehearsed in that context. So it is welcome seeing legislation coming forward to try and address some of the issues that have been identified with the General Teaching Council over the last number of years. As has been set out, and some of my comments will reflect the broad chronology outlined by the Minister, the General Teaching Council for Northern Ireland is the professional body for teachers in Northern Ireland. It is one of the Department of Education's arm's-length bodies and is accountable to the Education Minister and the Northern Ireland Assembly. The GTCNI's Council and Board was stood down in December 2021 following an independent board effectiveness review, which the Minister set out clearly there, identified systemic failures in its leadership and recommended the dissolution of the organisation, a step that the Department at that stage judged to require legislative change. Officials have outlined to the committee the interim leadership arrangements that have been in place since 2021, under which the GTCNI has reportedly made significant operational improvements, particularly in relation to teacher registration and governance. And in that interim period, a series of consultations and engagement exercises have been undertaken, which confirmed that all of GTCNI's statutory functions, in the view of the stakeholders who engage with those processes, play an important role in protecting the quality of our teaching workforce, and that the view coming through seemed to be that all of those functions needed to be retained. I would note, both from the committee evidence that we received from officials and from the explanatory and financial memorandum provided by the Department, supplementary to this bill, that not all of these consultation exercises received particularly high levels of contact or engagement, and I think it is essential from the committee's perspective that this bill before us today, it does need to represent the culmination of work that has had the appropriate level of input from relevant stakeholders if it is going to have the confidence of teachers and the wider public. And I know the Minister has referenced the need for further engagement in relation to bringing forward some of the powers in the bill, but perhaps what that engagement and consultation process might look like is something the Minister could speak to directly today. The General Teaching Council NI staff have, as it been set out, continued to operate under the Department of Education oversight, and it is welcome that the Department reports major improvements not only in its work around teacher registration and governance, but also in relation to its governance structures itself and its accountability requirements as an arm's-length body. So the committee is grateful to the officials who provided it with a pre-legislative brief back in October. And in that meeting, a range of questions were raised about the GTCNI's role in terms of training, in terms of career development for teachers, its role in setting standards rather than the department. Members were also concerned about how the new proposed board might be appointed, the role of teaching professionals on that board, the makeup of the 6 non-teaching members, and how independence from the department would be ensured. The committee also asked questions about the annual fee, how it will be calculated going forward, and what the feedback mechanisms for teachers would be, and the handling of disciplinary processes and sanctions. Officials were clear in their evidence in that session that some of those questions would be for the newly constituted council to address themselves once established. The legislation in many ways creates a number of powers that the newly established body can develop in terms of setting of fees, appointing committees and subcommittees, setting rules for qualifications required to register, again much of which has been referenced in the Minister's opening remarks. But the committee will want to look at whether the appropriate balance is being struck between those delegation of powers to the GTCNI and the requirement for clear and robust departmental oversight. I note, and the committee will no doubt want to look at this in detail, that the bill makes provision for 2 criminal offences. One, to make it an offence for a teacher or an individual with a deliberate intent to deceive, to claim falsely to hold GTCNI registration, or to provide false or misleading information to the GTCNI when seeking to obtain teacher registration. So I have no doubt that the committee will seek to scrutinise the balance of the importance of safeguarding and that being weighed up against criminal penalties being proposed. And it is important that the department does set out, as we go through the committee stage of this bill, following the conclusion of today's debate, the clear rationale for the approach that is being adopted on this matter. Other issues which the committee will undoubtedly scrutinise in more detail will include why there has been a departure from the previous Education Minister's position to wind up the GTCNI entirely and establish a brand new body. I know the Minister has referenced that briefly in his remarks. Why an appointment system is being adopted rather than a system which at least has some elected members being appointed to the GTCNI's board. And again, and I'm happy to stand corrected if I've misunderstood that, if we are in a clear position that we are moving towards a 12-member board, as I'm not sure that's specifically referenced in the bill before us, but certainly in the review that was the recommendation and appears to be the direction of travel. So it was clear from the committee's pre-legislative briefing with officials, and I think this is something that we will need to reflect on as this bill does go through its legislative journey, that the GTCNI is often poorly understood by teaching professionals, by the wider public, and indeed committee members all reported that their dealings with the body had been really quite infrequent, and that there is a need to ensure that everybody clearly understands precisely what the functions of the GTCNI are and exactly how this bill will alter those. But I do think it is important that we do not lose sight that a body responsible for registering and regulating teachers in Northern Ireland carries out a really important critical function in our education system, because the body has maybe in the past had its leadership and governance problems, does not detract from the importance of its function. And it is right that we should want such a body to deliver effective regulation that would ensure appropriate and robust standards of registration, and that will advise the department effectively on the training and professional development of the teaching professionals who are paying into this system. It is also essential that we acknowledge there were undoubtedly failings in the previous iteration of the GTCNI. Those failings were endemic and were in place for many years. So I think in many regards the committee will need to judge this legislation based on its assessment of the extent to which it can adequately redress the failings of the past. That the GTCNI must have the confidence of stakeholders across the system, not least teachers, but also parents who will want to be assured of the maintenance of the highest possible professional standards in our education system. So, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to engaging with this bill in more detail as it progresses through this Assembly, and look forward to the more detailed scrutiny work that lies ahead. Thank you.
Matthew O'Toole.
You, Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking on behalf today of my committee colleague, Cara Hunter, who I should explain is unwell. So I am stepping in. That's the reason she's not in the chamber today. Clearly, I'm not on the Education Committee, so I wasn't involved in any of the pre-legislative scrutiny, but I know the Education Minister loves debating with me and hearing from me. So that's why I've made a special effort to come to the chamber today to talk to him. The General Teaching Council Bill is an important piece of legislation. We want to hear more about it. It's not one that we can give our endorsement to today, albeit I don't think we're minded to divide on it, but I thought it was important for the opposition to come today and put some robust questions and concerns on the record that, assuming this bill proceeds through second reading and therefore to committee stage, I think will need to be answered by the committee. It is somewhat concerning that if I'm being that the opposition is having to set these on the record now, but I trust that the committee will be engaging on all these questions. It was mentioned by the committee chair, Nick Matheson, that in scrutinising or having its pre-legislative session, a couple of very specific questions came up, and they are questions which I and the SDLP opposition have. Number one is, the Minister did touch on it a little bit in his opening remarks, why not do what his predecessor, his colleague who was just in the chamber beforehand, previous Minister Michelle McIlveen, had said would happen, which is wind up the General Teaching Council NI entirely and replace it with a new body. I understand, as the Minister has said, that advice that has gone to him suggests that there is two things really. Number one, the culture and performance of the GTCNI at a staffing level has improved radically, we are told, over the last couple of years. That's good to hear, but I'm sure the committee will want to understand and unpack and challenge that in detail to be persuaded of that. And number two, he said that this is effectively a more quicker and cost-effective way to achieve the improvements that the inquiry by or the study by the Baker Tilly Mooney Moore, which is a bit of a mouthful, their review uncovered. That may well be true, and indeed I think if anything can be done in a more cost-effective and straightforward way, certainly why not, and indeed that should be the priority. But that review was really robust and it was really clear. It was, as the Minister acknowledged, an organisation, GTCNI, that had spent years in special measures. It had basically never fulfilled in any real way the provisions that were given to it in the 1998 order, and the judgment of the consultants was absolutely scathing. Quote, "It is our opinion that GTCNI is irretrievably broken, and there is no prospect of recovery to any form of adequate performance. The Department of Education should move to dissolve GTCNI with immediate effect." Mr. Speaker, that is not a call for restructuring or reform, but complete dissolution. Yes, I will give way.
I very much thank the member, the Leader of the Opposition, for accepting my intervention. He is right, and certainly I was in the department at the time that report was provided. However, as the Minister has outlined, the problems with GTC weren't actually with the staff who inhabited the organisation. The member may or may not be aware of this. The very specific problems and the report that he cites, and another quote just from the Minister, which the member didn't use, was that Baker Tilly Mooney Moore said that GTCNI was the worst performing board it had ever come across. Would the member accept that in that report it might have been talking about the board rather than the actual organisation of GTCNI and the staff inhabiting it?
I'm reading from the report, and does say the General Teaching Council in Northern Ireland. Now, obviously they had specific complaints about the board. What I am saying today is we can't give on the face of it, our support to this bill, but we acknowledge it's going to go into committee, and these are questions that the committee should be asking. The purpose of a second stage debate is to indicate whether the Assembly has overarching support. We are indicating that at this point we can't give our overarching support, but we recognise if it's going to go into committee. I would suggest that committee members need to ask these questions, because advice has gone to the Minister saying, be assured performance has improved over the last couple of years, and we now advise you, Minister, that it is possible to make the requisite improvements by changing the way the board structure works, by removing the public appointments by inserting a public appointments process rather than a process of election. That is something the teachers' unions are not thrilled about. We are persuaded that this will deliver the changes that we need to the General Teaching Council. We shall see. We shouldn't simply be waving this bill through without interrogating that. This bill is now going into committee stage. It's for the committee to interrogate that. Yes, the committee chair wants to come in.
Thank the member for giving way. I'm not sure if there was anything in my remarks that suggested the committee wasn't going to be asking some of the questions that you've highlighted, and I know certainly in our discussion in our pre-legislative briefing, I don't think I heard anything particularly clear coming through from the opposition in terms of any concerns with the bill. But would the member agree that if it is possible to deliver an effective functioning GTCNI at a reduced cost by the reforms being proposed in this, that we should certainly be wanting to do this in the most cost-effective way? But of course, if it proves to be the case that that is not a viable proposal, that we should keep other options on the table.
Yes, absolutely. And of course that's what the committee is there to do. I wasn't undercutting the committee's work. I'm simply saying these are questions which need to be asked, and I think there's no harm in putting these on Hansard in the second stage debate. And I have no shyness about being an effective opposition and putting these points on, because that's what we are supposed to do. That's literally the reason why the Assembly created an official opposition. So I'm afraid no apology there from me in that regard. Now, to go back to the point about GTCNI and what changed, though I acknowledge, and I don't have an ideological preference, nor does the opposition, for complete replacement if reform is possible. So yes, if reform that is robust and comprehensive enough, with a smaller board and appointments process and the updated investigatory and enforcement powers are adequate, okay, but obviously we need to be assured of that, and that needs to come out in the committee process, because it isn't just a change of emphasis, it is a change in policy. Nor have we seen the advice the Minister has received from his officials. I'm not aware the committee yet has seen that advice. We have the upshot of the recommendations, but we haven't got the detail or the basis on which they were made, nor have we seen, I certainly haven't seen, it may have been in committee packs, the detailed analysis of how performance has improved at a staff level. And I accept he's drawn a distinction, the former Special Advisor in the Department, Mr Martin, has drawn a distinction between the staff and the board. That is fair enough. So we just need to understand why it is that a body that was described as being beyond repair is now repairable. Obviously it's great if you bring your car to a mechanic and the first time he investigates it, he said, scrap it, useless. And then you go back to see him, and a couple of weeks later he says, well, actually, I can fix it, but if you give me this amount of... Anyway, and perhaps a slightly facetious analogy, Mr Speaker, but I use it to simply say these are things we need to investigate and check. For the reasons, and I don't say this to be hyper-political, but the Minister has clearly undertaken a lot of initiatives in his department. It would be fair to say, and I don't think I'm being too churlish by saying this, not all of those initiatives have been overwhelmingly welcomed by the teaching profession. I would encourage them, the teaching unions and indeed teachers more broadly, to engage with this in a constructive way, not simply in an oppositional way, though we're the opposition. If they have robust concerns, they need to communicate them to all elected representatives. I would also say, in relation to the public appointments process, I think there will be some people who will look at the replacement of an elected system, and perhaps people can see in a superficial way how having people appointed will create perhaps a slightly different dynamic than people who are elected, and sometimes a public appointment process with all the safeguards that has is more appropriate than an elected process, but that is a fundamental change, and so it needs to be understood. It is also true to say, and I say this in the most constructive way possible, that there have been a couple of examples, to put it mildly, where the Minister has either used, I won't say abused, but he has used the public appointments process in ways that have, to put it mildly, raised eyebrows. In terms of the Education Authority, both the Chair and Chief Executive did not arrive in their current posts entirely without controversy and entirely in a completely straightforward and unremarkable process of public appointments. So that will be a question that committee members will want to interrogate, and what potential consequences there are in terms of a public appointments process rather than an elected process for the GTCNI. But if that is an improvement, and if there can be safeguards and the committee members can be assured that that is the right way to go, then that is useful. So we do have concerns about what's in the face of this bill, but acknowledging it will proceed today to committee stage, we're not going to divide on it. We want to see a robust committee stage in which these questions are asked. I also make the point again, and that's why I'll happily give way to Mr Brooks, yeah.
Is the member making any specific allegations about those appointments, if there was any impropriety, or is he just throwing muck and hoping some sticks?
No, I'm not actually throwing muck at all. The member decided to intervene on me after I had moved on to another point. But since you've raised it, and I wasn't going to make a whole big deal out of it, an extraordinary process was used to appoint the Chief Executive of the Education Authority. There was a clear, very sharp division on the board of the Education Authority about whether that was appropriate. That was a controversial matter, and it was said to be so at the time. And subsequently, the chair of the Education Authority was appointed, who is a serving DUP politician, a very, I have to say, a very personable man who I think is a committed public servant. But he is a serving DUP politician with very strong views, and he was inserted under the board of the Education Authority as chair. Those were not uncontroversial things, to be clear, Mr Brooks. I'm not throwing any muck about those individuals. I'm simply saying those were controversial things that happened that were done by the Minister. Okay? So I've dealt with that, but I don't want to get into a whole slang match about it. But I'm not going to back away from saying, from being honest with that.
Not going to get into a slang match.
I will come back to the point about the bill, Mr Speaker.
Order.
Yes.
I'm speaking. We're drifting from the debate in question, so we won't be getting into a slanging match on it. If you can return to the issue at hand. And I did give you a fair degree of latitude because
yes, indeed, I was responding to an intervention.
You were talking about appointments, but
I'm happy to come back to the point because I was responding to an intervention. And in conclusion, I would say we do need to do our job as legislators really carefully, mindful of not just the fact that this place is down nearly as much as it's functioning, but also the fact that we have passed legislation here which we have then been scundered about afterwards. We've been made to look like fools and not up to doing proper legislative scrutiny. So it's important that we are robust. We put concerns on the record. I trust that when this goes into the committee, I'm not saying it won't, I'm not prejudging the committee process, but I have no qualms about saying there's a particular onus on this Assembly, given the abysmal levels of public trust, and public trust has already been referenced in relation to the teaching profession. We could only aspire to have the levels of trust the teaching profession have. It's our job to scrutinise this bill properly. We can't endorse it at this point, though we aren't going to divide on it. I look forward to hearing the committee's scrutiny. Thank you.
Pat Shane.
I suppose it's worth reminding ourselves how we got here. In 2021, the 2021 Independent Board Effectiveness Review of GTC-NI, the Council was described as dysfunctional, ineffective and inefficient, and operating with deep divisions and conflict among members, to the extent that it could not provide effective leadership or governance. Ultimately, the then DUP minister was advised to dissolve the body altogether. And yet, after all that, what we are presented with today is not a fresh start, but a slightly reformed version of the same body. And that's a bizarre position to arrive at, especially after so much time has passed and so many opportunities to do better have come and gone. We do recognise the need for a regulatory body for teachers. It's absolutely necessary for maintaining public confidence and professional standards. But what's on offer here is something that the Minister has a long way to go in selling, not to us, but to the teaching workforce. Because as things stand, teachers are not convinced, and who can blame them? There will be no elections to the new council, and clarity is needed on whether or not there will be a guaranteed majority of practising teachers on the board. And the public appointments process, while welcome in principle, lacks any clear published competency framework or pathway for ensuring real classroom voices are heard. If this body is to work, it must reflect and represent the profession. It must be grounded in the realities of schools, not just the Minister's agenda. Teachers are under enormous pressure. The cost of living crisis is hitting them hard too, and they've every right to ask, what will they be paying for? What is the proposed fee? Will there be hardship exemptions or protections for early career teachers? And what added value will teachers actually see for their money? We also want to see joined-up thinking across these islands. We know of too many cases where teachers from the south face unnecessary bureaucracy trying to register and work here. We need real alignment between our systems. And that's not just about fairness, it's about workforce planning, breaking down barriers and mutual recognition. If this new body is going to work, it needs to have the confidence of the workforce. That starts with listening, and I hope the Minister is prepared to do that.
Brooks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I don't intend to speak for too long. It'll be unsurprising to those in the chamber that we support the general thrust and direction that the Minister has outlined, but like others, we look forward to grappling with it and asking some of those difficult questions that the Leader of the Opposition was talking about at committee. We won't forego our duty in that regard. It's clear the GTC in its existing format and governance arrangements was not working for anyone, least of all the teachers that it was intended to serve. It was underperforming and had significant issues at board level, as has been outlined. But it's also clear, as the Minister said, that there's been a significant improvement, and we heard that at Committee 2 in the way that the GTC has been operating under the Department's oversight, and that shows with the right structures in place that it can have a future and serve its purpose. And it avoids the problem of completely dismantling existing organisation to essentially create in its image a rebranded and reformed version of the same, but something that would take significantly more time and resource spent than would making necessary reforms to the existing structures. And to be clear, if we're frank, and I understand that previous ministers and others looked at doing away with the GTC itself, and for good reason at the time. But some of those probably continuing, I think, to call for a new structure, and particularly probably wanting a significant stake in the leadership of that structure, I would say have probably contributed to some of the issues that have brought around the necessity for reform. And therefore, to further the Leader of the Opposition's car analogy, it would seem to me insane to some degree to go to the effort of creating a new independent body and give the keys of this new vehicle to the same unreformed driver who drove the last one into a ditch. The reformed GTC must have leadership experience, knowledge and skills that we were told had been absent previously, and board members who can fulfil their roles, understanding the parameters of their work and their responsibilities. I'm reassured by the use of the public appointments process and assured that will be beneficial in ensuring that those appointed have a better mix of skills, knowledge and experience to be chosen on that basis, rather than be subject to perhaps the factionalism that contributed to the failures of the past. But in general, while, as I've said, we look forward to grappling with the committee, I look forward to growing my knowledge, as with other members of the GTC's work and roles. As I think it's right to say that there isn't as wide knowledge as there should be of such a body that has an important role in our education system. But I look forward to doing that in committee, and thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
John Burrows. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to speak at the second stage of the General Teaching Council Bill. It's going to be my first bit of legislation I can be involved in end to end, so I look forward to providing some real scrutiny. I just want to put some high-level points on the record, but there will be some really detailed scrutiny to come up in further stages. The first is, it is right that there is a professional body that sets and upholds standards for teachers. Of course, that body must role model those standards, which wasn't the case on the last occasion, so I'll just put that on the record. The second thing is in relation to the requirement for teachers to have ongoing training, which is in the bill. I think it's important that that's thought through in terms of workloads and in terms of substitute teachers and how that's going to be managed, because we have a lot of sub-teachers working in our schools, and we need to make sure that they are catered for in that provision. The fee that teachers pay, I think it's important, and it is right they pay into a body, but that fee must be, I think, fairly set and value for money. But where I really want to bring some insight into this bill is around the disciplinary procedures. I've been involved previously in running what is effectively a regulated body for the police. The Professional Standards is a standalone department that runs a regulated professional body for the police. And there are many mistakes that disciplinary bodies, when first created, make. They tend to become slow, disproportionate. They tend to have a focus on finding blame instead of finding learning. And they tend to bring great stress to those who are investigated. And often the investigators think their job is to find fault as opposed to actually find the facts, to both exonerate the innocent as well as to find the guilty. And I just put that on the record. There's some very key points that we will need to focus on within the next stage. The first is that the body, in my view, if it's dealing with discipline, needs to very early at a stage of investigating issues differentiate between issues of conduct that are around integrity and issues that are around performance. One is a safeguarding issue, one is an ethical issue, and you need to separate those very clearly from what are just things that are to do with learning, competency. They're dealt with totally different ways. That's really, really important. The second is that we don't get bogged down, that everything's dealt with in a very centralised and slow way, and that it's really important that if it's minor misconduct at its height, that at the very earliest stage the teacher knows that the career is not a threat, that's going to be quickly and efficiently and locally dealt with, and that actually the centralised systems then kick in when you've got that high-level misconduct that could, if proven, result in someone losing their job. And that's when you really need your investigators to understand their job, that they're to get evidence that both rules people in and outside of an inquiry, inculpatory and exculpatory evidence, that they understand the rules of disclosure. And second of all, that the professional body that's going to adjudicate on guilt or innocence actually understands all those things too. Disclosure, how to run a proper hearing because someone's job is at risk. And unfortunately, a lot of these bodies don't see the wheat for the chaff because they end up so bogged down in so many minor cases that the actual real problem teacher slips under the net or sits suspended for years, and I've seen this in the police and other bodies, suspended for years on full pay. And that's why at the outset you need to strip down this into 2 or 3 different lanes. Is it a matter of performance, of learning? Deal with it that way quickly. Is it misconduct? If it's proven, well, if it's minor, let's get it dealt with quickly and locally. And then if it's the serious stuff, where someone's career is at risk, let's make sure they're properly represented. Whoever's running the investigation and whoever's running the panel to decide on their future is properly trained, that they're complying with things like civil disclosure regulations, which will apply, and that there's transparency and fairness, and we don't end up bogged down for years with teachers under huge pressures and huge workloads. And there is a danger also that you do get into a culture that doesn't obtain learning. And I think that can't be lost. On safeguarding, I think it is really important that you have fitness to practice certificates that are properly policed, and that is going to require good information sharing across every part of the 2 islands effectively, so that we don't have teachers moving around avoiding the fact that they've actually got a fitness to practice certificates being withdrawn. The second thing is that we need to be sure of is that there is clarity from the outset in things like allowing people to resign during the investigation. This is a bedeviled many organisations where someone is under a serious investigation and they ask to resign and the school allow them to resign. That needs sorted out up front because it damages public confidence. But the other thing is it's a safeguarding risk because what someone does is they say, I'll resign, we'll take your resignation, and then 3 years later they pop up in another school. Or my old job, another police service. This has happened time and time again. All these things need sorted out at the start as opposed to being dealt with later on. And of course there are tricky issues to discuss there because you could have a teacher who wants to resign and actually it's better for the public purse to let them resign. But then how do you make sure, rather than go through years of trying to prove a case against them, then how do you make sure that you update the system afterwards that actually they're still not allowed to practice? And these are all the little things that need really, really finely looked at in the scrutiny stage. So look, on those issues of training, of a fair fee system, of getting the disciplinary processes right, the safeguarding processes right, I think they're really important issues. I look forward to making a contribution to them in the scrutiny stage. We're not going to divide at this point, and I am glad there is going to be a professional body to set standards, uphold them, and role model them as long as it's done properly.
The Minister to wind.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank all the members for the contributions to the debate. I'll pick up on some members' questions that they had raised just at the end of these closing remarks. I know one of them, Mr. Shane, he had made reference in his comments around wanting to make sure this is taken forward based on what schools want and not the Minister's agenda. I'm not quite clear where there's the conflicting position in terms of what I want on this and what schools want. I think it's actually the same. What I want is a general teaching council bill that protects and strengthens the teaching profession in Northern Ireland. It recognises those high standards which already exist, safeguarding these and demonstrating that the public trust in our teachers remains well founded. The quality of our teachers is the foundation on which our high educational standards are built, and the establishment of a strong and effective professional body will directly support the efforts of every teacher in this regard. I'd be surprised if schools didn't agree with my agenda on what I'm trying to achieve in terms of this particular bill, so I don't think there is a conflict in terms of my agenda and what schools want in this respect. Mr. Speaker, I fully recognise that currently a majority of teachers have come to see GTC-NI as almost invisible, delivering little of value to them while still demanding an annual fee, and members have touched on the fee issue. This perceived invisibility stems directly from the historic failure of those supposed to provide the body with leadership and direction. This is, to my mind, the most damning indictment of all against the old GTC-NI. The quiet behind-the-scenes progress which has been achieved, and one member again said that there have been opportunities for improvement over the past number of years from this report, have come and gone. Well, there has been significant improvement. That's why GTC&I were removed from special measures, and I referenced that in my opening comments about the very significant transformative changes that have occurred under the supervision of the Department of Education by the staff of GTC&I, and I think it's only but right that we give acknowledgement to the significant progress that those staff have been able to take forward. That quiet behind-the-scenes progress which has been achieved by the GTC&I staff over these last 4 years has convinced me that a renewed GTC&I is well placed to deliver these reforms. Members asked the question, and the Leader of the Opposition quite rightly asked the question, as did others, very legitimate. It's a question that I would ask of the Minister for Education if I was on those benches. Why not dissolve and dismantle and create a new body? I ask those very same questions, and I've no doubt as officials engage with the committee, they will explain all of the processes that have been followed to improve GTC&I and why the decision then has been in this bill to reform GTC&I. And fundamentally, what you would be asking of me and then to bring legislation in the Assembly is to dissolve a NDPB and to then create the identical body with the same functions. So the reformed functions are contained within this bill. That is exactly what would be in a new body had we dissolved GTC&I. Again, I ask the question, could we rename this body? Because people will associate the name with their experience of the past and indeed associate it with the report that was produced of its dysfunctional nature. Having asked that question, it isn't as straightforward to repeal in law the name associated with the General Teaching Council for Northern Ireland, and that would have required more work in terms of taking that forward, and that could have delayed this bill coming in. So that's why it is very much a reformed GTC&I that we have, but obviously that is going to create challenges in terms of repairing the reputational damage associated with the past GTC&I. That will be something that certainly I will want to put my efforts into doing, but it ultimately will be for the new board to repair the reputation and rebuild trust among the profession and the wider education sector. This bill can only address those historical failures which undermined the work of GTC&I, corrects the legislative weaknesses which have hindered its work, and ensure that going forward there is timely, well-informed decision-making to support its operational effectiveness. Consensus, not conflict, must be the hallmark of its future leadership. Some have already expressed the view that the new board will not be sufficiently independent from the department, and my response to that suggestion is to repeat again that the 2021 Board Effectiveness Review, which was based on council members' own feedback, found that GTC&I had the worst performing board its consultants had encountered, having undertaken 645 similar reviews. So I'll not make apologies for insisting that, in line with the review report recommendations, a public appointments process will be used for all future board members. It would be a serious failure on my part if I did not use this bill to ensure that a future board does not collapse into division and infighting once again. Having said that, I recognise that to be effective, GTC&I's board will require the input of experienced teachers and an understanding of the realities of life in the classroom. And that is why, in regulations to be brought forward in support of the bill, the new board will consist of 12 persons, the Chairman asked me to clarify, with 50% of its members required to be GTC&I registered teachers. As I said in my opening remarks, our teachers are highly educated, skilled, and they are committed individuals whose professionalism should be recognised and commended. Professionalism in any regulated field is not only a matter of a particular qualification, but a personal commitment to a set of standards, and to being the very best practitioner that you can be. And that holds true whether you're a doctor, a nurse, a social worker, an accountant, an engineer, or a teacher. As a professional, you accept that you will be held to account if your practice becomes ineffective, or if your actions fall below those standards which you and all of your peers have promised to uphold. Professionalism is a commitment to the collective good rather than individual self-interest, and a strong, effective professional body underpins that commitment. Why do I get, and what do I get for my fee? That'll always remain a valid question, but it is a question that can only be answered in terms of the collective benefits which the new GTCNI will deliver for our teachers. Going forward, the new board will be responsible for fees, and it will wish to be transparent about how this money is being spent and the value for money that it delivers. Yes, I will give way.
I appreciate the Minister giving way, and I did have just a specific question to ask, because he alluded to earlier on the options paper and business case he got from officials. I wonder, would he be willing to either publish that business case or at least share it with the committee so that it could be examined and unpacked by them?
I'll take that request away. Ultimately, when officials come before the committee, in the advice that they will give in responding to those questions, they will not be trying to retain information from the committee as to all of the submissions processes that were followed. I don't think it would be the norm to provide ministerial submissions to a committee, but I'm quite happy for my officials in engaging with the committee to provide information in terms of requests that they will have in that respect. A number of questions, Mr. Speaker, just in conclusion, that I'll pick up on. I agree, Mr. Burrows, and I think his input to the committee will be very insightful in terms of his experience when it came to the police. And that's not something that I have spoken about in terms of the second stage, but it will be important that the body, in its reformed capacity, whenever it deals with issues around conduct, that it does so in the manner in which Mr. Burrows has articulated. I think what we don't want is spurious claims being brought forward and that taking considerable lengths of time to investigate, to the detriment of the individual. And if they can be dismissed, they should be dismissed rapidly. And we know at times we do live in a world where people, for whatever different reasons, will make spurious claims. And I think for the individual concerned, it's not satisfactory that would have a protracted period of time of jeopardy that they would feel, even though they will have done nothing wrong. So it is important that those can be expedited and filtered, and then quite rightly, where people bring forward serious claims, that there is appropriate investigation and support. But again, that needs to be conducted in a timely fashion. So I think that will be a helpful insight as the committee can deliberate in respect of those issues, because I do agree with the sentiment that has been expressed. So there'll be a number of questions that I have no doubt the committee will ask. I know at second stage people are raising things. I think the committee, having experience of the committee, they will leave no stone unturned when it comes to delving into all of these matters. That is to their credit. I think that will be important in refining this legislation. I'm not saying that, as presented at second stage, that this isn't going to be subject to refinement, indeed improvement. I'll be happy to engage with the committee. But the fundamental principles that underpin this and the reasons why we got to where we got to will be important that we retain the integrity of that throughout the various processes and the consideration that members may have when it comes to amendments that will be brought forward. I'm not going to labour this particular point, Mr. Speaker, because it has been raised before, but it would be remiss just not to correct some of the points that Mr. O'Toole made when it came to appointments, because people have raised the issue around this will be a public appointment process for 6 of the 12 registered teachers in terms of that. I appoint hundreds of boards of governors, hundreds. I am the appointing authority for a considerable number of boards of governors. No one has ever challenged my appointment processes for those governors whenever I make approvals of them. I've appointed other people to senior positions through a public appointments process. The position of the EA chairman was carried out in line with all of the processes came through a process, and then I had to select the individual. It would appear to me some would contend that I should discriminate on the basis of one's political opinion or identifiable political identity. Would that be the same had it been from a different political party, had they been appointed? I suggest it wouldn't have been. So I think it's unfair to characterise in the way that it has been that particular appointment. And on the Chief Executive of the Education Authority, that was an appointment by the head of the civil service where a permanent secretary was identified and was brought forward. It was ratified by the Education Authority Board. So again, the references and the inferences that are being drawn in terms of that process, I think is unfair to the individual who is the Chief Executive of the Education Authority, and I would appeal if members could desist from that. But, Mr. Speaker, I wanted just to address that without labouring the particular point. So I believe that this bill that members have contributed to the debate today will give teachers the professional body that they deserve, and I commend this General Teaching Council bill to the House.
Thank you. The question is that the second stage of the General Teaching Council bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. None of any no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the second stage of the General Teaching Council bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Education. We now move on to the final stage of the Death, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill. I call the Minister of Finance to move the final stage.
Moved.
Thank you. The final stage of the Death, Stillbirth and Baby Loss Bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed to no time limit on this debate. I call the Minister of Finance to open the debate.
Thank you, Concordia. I am pleased that we have now reached the final stage of the Death, Stillbirth and Baby Loss Bill. I am grateful to members for the support which they have shown for this bill to date, and in particular for the positive comments from all sides in respect of the proposed baby loss certificate scheme. I also want to thank the Finance Committee for its detailed scrutiny of the bill and for the report they provided. Members will be aware that this bill started as a narrow focused piece of legislation designed to place the temporary Coronavirus Act powers which enable the remote registration of deaths and stillbirths and the electronic transfer of registration documents onto a permanent footing. It was first expanded to remove differences in registration processes for same-sex couples, and it was then expanded quite rightly to include provisions for a baby loss certificate scheme that would recognise the suffering of families who endure the pain of baby loss before the end of the 24 week of pregnancy. Although the bill has widened from its original intent, I know members on all sides agree that these extensions have enabled us to address important registration issues and to make new provisions for baby loss certificates required to take this scheme forward. I will turn firstly to the initial purpose of the bill, which was to make the temporary provisions made under the Coronavirus Act 2020 permanent. As members will be aware, these temporary provisions were introduced at the beginning of the pandemic and have now been in place for more than 5 years. It is clear to the Assembly why these provisions were important in the context of the pandemic. They reduced the need for face-to-face contact, both for grieving and sometimes vulnerable members of the public and for registration staff. They enabled the registration system to continue to operate even when their services were sadly under significant pressure. In the 5 years that have passed since the start of the pandemic, these arrangements have become the normal means by which the vast majority of death registrations take place. Importantly, these provisions have eased the burden on grieving members of the public. They have helped the registration process be more efficient and more productive, and they carry the support of stakeholders, ensuring the smooth passing of important documents and enabling registration staff to handle any errors or omissions in advance. In short, although these powers were introduced as the pandemic took hold, they have become the established means by which deaths and stillbirths are registered, and they have helped the registration service become more empathetic, modern and more efficient. Given the positive effect of these provisions, it is right that we should put these temporary provisions on a solid statutory footing, providing permanent powers will sustain remote registration and the electronic transfer of documents. The Death, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill will end the use of the Coronavirus Act 2020 powers in the context of the registration service, something which I know members on all sides are keen to see. Secondly, the bill will rectify differences in the registration process for some couples. Under the current law, different birth and stillbirth registration options exist for same-sex and heterosexual couples who are neither married nor in a civil partnership. Same-sex female couples in this position cannot jointly register a birth or stillbirth in the same way that heterosexual couples can. The provisions in this bill will fix these disparities, ensuring that unmarried, non-civil partner couples have the same choices about how to register a birth or a stillbirth, regardless of whether they are same-sex or heterosexual couples. This change will remedy our legislation to ensure equality in the registration process. Thirdly, the bill will provide a statutory footing for a baby loss certificate scheme. As members on all sides will be able to testify, losses early in pregnancy have a real and lasting effect. The trauma of losses is significant, heartfelt, and too often borne in silence. Throughout the scrutiny of the bill by the committee and in chamber, we have heard personal accounts of the impact these losses have had on families. I want to commend the bravery of all those who have spoken out, either in this debate, through a recent consultation, in the courses of their charity work, or in correspondence. I want to also pay tribute to all the baby loss support organisations who have campaigned tirelessly for the baby loss certificate scheme. Today, we have a chance to act on the powerful testimonies these families have given. Under the existing law, the registration service can only recognise losses during pregnancy which occur after 24 weeks. Losses after this point are treated as stillbirths. This bill will change that and make provisions to recognise losses which occur earlier in pregnancy. The Baby Loss Certificate Scheme will offer the opportunity for those who have experienced a baby loss prior to the end of the 24th week of pregnancy to have their loss formally recognised. While no certificate can undo their pain and grief, this new scheme will help to support families at the most difficult and challenging times of their lives, providing a voluntary way of acknowledging and recognising their loss. It will confirm that their baby existed and can be used to start a conversation with siblings or other family members. Once the bill receives royal assent, I intend to bring forward regulations through the draft affirmative resolution process that will set down the detail of the baby loss certificate scheme. It is my intention that the scheme will become operational by the end of the financial year. As members of the Legislative Assembly, our role is to shape legislation that makes a real difference in people's lives. This bill covers three important issues which will impact on a large number of the people we are here to represent, often at some of the most challenging moments they face. By working together, we have come together to agree and deliver changes which will have a real and lasting positive impact on the lives of our constituents. Today is the powerful reminder of the good we can achieve when we unite and work in partnership. I therefore commend this bill to the Assembly.
Minister, thank you. I call Matthew Till, Chair of the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm going to speak on the Finance Committee's scrutiny of the bill, and may first of all thank the Minister for his comments today. It is a really important and welcome day. One of the most important issues that the committee has considered with respect to this bill are the immensely sensitive topics that it touches upon: deaths, the registration of them, and indeed the registration of stillbirths, and the introduction of baby loss certificates. The committee requested evidence from a range of interested organisations and carried out a detailed online survey to which it received 40 responses from individuals, organisations and representative bodies. The responses provided included highly emotive personal testimony from individuals. The committee carefully considered the views of all those who provided written evidence, and on behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank all of those who took the time to provide detailed evidence to inform and support the committee in its consideration of the bill. This was especially important in the case of this bill, as its provisions had not yet previously been consulted upon, and it was important that the committee gave time to ensure this process was right. I would also like to offer my thanks on behalf of the committee to the department itself, who were constructive and robust at times, but constructive in terms of engaging, including the registrar and his team, the Forget Me Not group, and the National Association of Funeral Directors, who provided oral evidence to the committee. Their input was extremely useful and appreciated. I should also note that the committee managed to complete the committee stage of the bill well in advance of the date outlined in the extension motion, which demonstrated that the committees are able to use these extension motions not as targets, sometimes they're accused of being, but rather as a limit in order to expedite thorough consideration. I just want to go through, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, some of the broad issues that were considered during the committee stage. Clauses 2 to 10 of the bill relate to the recording of deaths and stillbirths and the repealing of the temporary provisions of the Coronavirus Act 2020. The committee previously agreed a number of statutory rules under the provisions of the Coronavirus Act 2020 which related to the recording of deaths and stillbirths. These changes allowed the registration of deaths and stillbirths by telephone without an informant's signature and the electronic transfer of registration documents between the various parties in the process. This chamber has subsequently approved these regulations on a number of occasions. Members of the committee were therefore well versed on the use of these clauses. The committee's deliberations were therefore mostly of a technical nature to ensure the robustness of the primary legislation. During their evidence, the National Association of Funeral Directors outlined how arrangements were working. They gave their support to the arrangements and their eagerness for them to continue in perpetuity. The committee had no objections to this part of the bill. Clause 11 gives the Department the power to introduce a baby loss certificate scheme. As members will be aware, the House previously supported the introduction of baby loss certificates, and it was our committee which worked together on a cross-party basis to ensure that the certificates, or the power to produce regulations to formally enact certificates, were included in this bill. There was not just consensus but unanimity in the committee that such a scheme be introduced. Committee decisions were therefore mostly centred around some of the potential provisions, most of which will obviously come via regulations which will be brought at a later date to the Assembly. But there were particular discussions around the potential for a monetary charge for supplementary baby loss certificates, or I suppose any baby loss certificate, but that was what we were discussing and interrogating. The department confirmed to the committee that a charge could not and would not be introduced without the approval of the House. Any potential charge would have to be introduced via subordinate legislation through the draft affirmative procedure, following the statutory rule being both debated and amended, allowing the statutory rule to be both debated and amended here in the Assembly. The committee therefore agreed to proceed without its own amendment. There were, of course, other amendments which went down from other members, and they engaged with the department, and we noted the Minister's amendment that was passed during committee further consideration stage, albeit the committee did not take a formal position on the amendment. But I do note the contributions by both current and former members of the committee who worked with the department to achieve a resolution, and I'd want to thank them and acknowledge that. I also want to congratulate and thank the Minister for bringing the bill forward and for working with the committee to engage on the bill and to hopefully get a bill which both is robust and also brings real change to interested parties and people affected, particularly by the very traumatic event of baby loss. The passing of the legislation does show an example of parties in the Assembly working together to achieve change. I want to pay tribute to all families who have suffered baby loss. The passing of this legislation shows that their loss will never be forgotten, and their voices have helped shape a piece of legislation with compassion and recognition at its heart. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, as I've indicated on previous stages, the committee very much welcomes this bill and the opportunity to work with the department to perform scrutiny on the bill, to make our contribution, which was a very clear indication that we wanted to see provision for baby loss certificates included in the face of the bill. So we are delighted, I think I can say on behalf of the whole committee, that the bill is moving through its final stage of the legislative process. I'll just say a few words in a party capacity, but I'll largely be echoing what I said in my committee under my committee responsibilities, which is that this is very positive. Obviously, we are often engaged in contentious debate in the Assembly, and indeed I'm often engaged in contentious debate with the Minister, because that's my job and that's his job. But it's also our jobs, where we can, to work together to pass legislation on a cross-party basis that brings meaningful change to the people we serve. And this bill will bring meaningful change. In broad terms, the two things it will do are make permanent the provisions of the coronavirus laws that we all debated here 5, nearly 6 years ago, that created emergency changes, including electronic registration of deaths and stillbirths. All of the people who work in that area, funeral directors in particular, were very clear that it is much better for bereaved families and indeed for them in terms of speed of process to make these powers permanent. They were very clear on that. But the more novel and, in a sense, the more historic bit of today's legislation is the creation of the power to create baby loss certificates, i.e. certificates which will allow people who experience baby loss, the ending of a pregnancy before 24 weeks, to be acknowledged via a certificate. This is often one of the most traumatic things that happens in people's lives. They respond to it in a whole range of different ways, but they, in many cases, have experienced life-changing grief, sometimes on more than one occasion. They, via the Forget Me Not group, came and gave our committee extraordinarily poignant, thoughtful and brave evidence. We were pleased to be able to come together as a committee and advocate strongly for baby loss certificates to be included on the face of this bill. I'm very pleased to say that the Minister and his officials acted on that. We have this in the face of the bill. We will have regulations, I hope, in the new year, which will give effect, after royal assent, which will give effect to these certificates. They will offer a small but very deeply meaningful acknowledgement for people of their loss. It will enable, as has been said before, it will enable people to have conversations with other family members. It will enable people to remember their loss, but also to remember something that was something in someone that was poignant for them. So, on behalf of my party, having spoken already for the committee, I'm very pleased to be able to mark the final stage of the passage of this bill. And thank you to the Minister, thank you to my committee colleagues, and thank you to the whole Assembly for us being able to pass this today. Thank you.
I call Gemma Dolan.
Garmayogat, Las Concordia, and I'm delighted to speak on the final stage of the baby loss, deaths, stillbirths and baby loss bill today. Being the first jurisdiction on these islands to introduce legislation which makes provision for a baby loss certification scheme, it is an example of positive change we can make when we work in partnership, and I am proud to have played my small part through the Finance Committee. This legislation has compassion and equality at its core, helping to reduce stress for those who have suffered a bereavement by enabling the electronic transfer of documents, providing the same rights as others for same-sex female couples, and ensuring formal recognition for parents who have lost a baby prior to 24 weeks. Throughout the development of the bill, we heard directly from parents who have had heartbreaking loss, and their voices will continue to play a crucial role in the development of the regulations which will provide for the baby loss certification scheme. I want to again acknowledge those parents who shared their stories with us and for their role in shaping this legislation, and welcome a commitment from the Finance Minister to continue to engage with this group in shaping the regulations. Working together, we have been able to bring forward this compassionate legislation, whilst also modernising the registration process for deaths. This will therefore have a real impact for people as they navigate extremely challenging times, and I want to once again congratulate the Minister on bringing this forward. Garmayogat.
Thank you. Call Diane Forsyth.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I am also pleased to speak on this final stage of this legislation today, where we're seeing compassion being written into the law here in Northern Ireland through the registration of death process. And as others have said, it is a great example of whenever everyone works together that we can deliver something really good here. When baby loss certificates were introduced in Great Britain, many called for them here, and the Health and Finance Ministers shared their commitment quite quickly, but I congratulate the Finance Minister on being the one that has brought it forward through this piece of legislation. When the committee moved to bring the replacement for the COVID regulations forward, we recognised the opportunity to introduce baby loss certificates in the legislation. And we thank the officials for working at pace to develop this, and working alongside the Minister. Our committee is really pleased to have been able to bring this forward. As a committee, we have heard evidence from Forget-Me-Nots who've shared their powerful stories through the debates. Members of this House have bravely spoke up their own experiences. A committee colleague, Gemma Dolan, this Baby Loss Awareness Week had a ribbon display out the front of Stormont where we welcomed some of those groups up. It was really, really powerful as we joined together and remembered all of those babies who were lost. As we've progressed this legislation as well, it has really opened conversations, and I'm proud to have played a small part in that. So many people have reached out to me on baby loss from generations past, and this legislation, as the guidelines are developed, it's my understanding will have a retrospective element. And for those who have lost their babies, who've never spoke about it and are starting to move forward in their grief, it is powerful and it is important for them in that journey. So again, we think of all of those. We think of all of those who have experienced loss. We remember all of those babies, and we're really pleased that today, as we pass this final stage, we are recognising the lives of all babies that have been lost in Northern Ireland, and we welcome this legislation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Owen Tennyson.
Deputy Speaker, and I too welcome the opportunity to contribute to the final stage debate on the Death, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill. Too often in our society, baby loss has been met with silence or stigma, and for many parents it is one of the most traumatic experiences of their life. And so today is a truly significant day as this Assembly legislates to offer voluntary and formal acknowledgement for the loss of a baby before 24 weeks for the very first time. And I want to pay tribute to the women, the bereaved parents and families, the charities, the organisations who have long campaigned for change and who bravely and courageously shared their own personal testimony with the committee and with the department during the scrutiny of this bill. I want to pay particular tribute to Nicolette and Louise from the Little Forget-Me-Nots Trust in my own constituency, whose insight was absolutely invaluable. I hope that today can, however, be a first step, because acknowledgement is important, but it was clear when speaking to bereaved parents that they also want to see improvements in women's health and maternal health care. They want to see us make progress on things like a women's health strategy to ensure that bereaved parents are supported through every step of their journey. As other members have said throughout the stages of this bill and committee scrutiny, there was a perhaps unusual degree of political consensus and unanimity, and even where there were differences of opinion on things like charging and cost, we were able to set aside the politics and find consensus and common ground. And I think that is an example of how this Assembly ought to function at all times, where parties come together, work together, focus on the common interest and the people we represent, and find ways through our differences where those arise. As others have also said, this bill makes other important provisions which modernise the registration process, and that will make a real tangible difference to families in both good times and bad when they're having to visit the registration office to register a birth, a death or a stillbirth. And it does include welcome provision that updates the Civil Registration Act to enable a second female parent to register a stillbirth without the mother being present. That is a very small, but for those families, hugely significant act of equality. It's a signal of dignity, of equality and fairness, and I am very proud that parties have been able to come together to get to this stage and to pass this bill today. So I just want to close, Deputy Speaker, by paying tribute and thanks to the other members of the Finance Committee, and we did work unusually well together, I think, on this one, and also to the Minister and his officials for their engagement. It was really appreciated and it did aid the passage of the bill, and I'm really pleased to see this here today, so thank you.
Thank you. And I call Deirdre Hargey.
Very much, and just like other speakers, I echo that it's great that we are on the final stage of this important piece of legislation. It has progressed at pace, and obviously it's making temporary provisions permanent, which I know Paul will be delighted about, but it also builds on that legislation to ensure that it is progressive, that it's forward-looking, and that most importantly, as the Minister said, that it's a compassionate piece of legislation as well. I think that we have all listened to the lived experience, particularly of women, but of course of families and that wider ripple effect that a loss can have on those individuals. I think that there's been good work in terms of listening to those and making sure that we have legislation fit for purpose. There's been good work done between the Minister and indeed the committee themselves, and indeed when it's come to the Chamber here at each iteration of the legislation. I think importantly this legislation recognises loss, and that was one of the issues that we did hear from families and particularly from women that came forward. And I actually reflect even on my own family, my own mother that lost a baby 12 hours after he was born, and she has a baby loss certificate for him, but for the miscarriages and the others that she lost before the end of pregnancy, she doesn't. So I think that's just one illustration, and I know many other members in this chamber. I'm sure there's not one individual in this chamber and beyond that isn't touched by these issues, and I think this piece of legislation is something that can actually make a huge difference across our communities as a whole. I think the introduction of the baby loss certificate scheme will be a welcomed one broadly, and I recognise the Minister this morning saying that he is going to move at pace to ensure that he brings forward the regulations to do that, and importantly that he is working with the baby loss organisations and others that obviously support those organisations and families as well during their time of need. So again, I want to recognise the stage that we're at. I want to commend the work of each and every MLA in the Finance Committee, but importantly the Minister that has brought this legislation to this stage. I reflected at the further consideration stage that we come from a history of stigmatisation of women across this island, and I think today is a good day for those women where we're starting to break down that stigma and actually meet their needs within our society. So again, I commend this final stage. Thank you.
And thank you. I call Paul Frew.
Deputy Speaker, and I rise to welcome this day in this chamber. It's a good news day. It's a good news day for a number of reasons, not least the sensitivity that's within this bill. This is a very heartfelt, sensitive bill, and it proves that this House is listening to the people out there. This bill started off as a bill, a very dry, mechanical bill to basically remove what was temporary legislation in the Coronavirus Bill or Act to permanent footing. And it was around the registrations of deaths and births, very emotive, sensitive issues in itself, but it was basically just a functional bill to move what was temporary into permanent, in what was really good ideas to lessen the burden on people who had to register deaths and births, but also to all of the people who work in that field, the undertakers, the registrars, and all of that. And so this is a very common sense piece of legislation. And the Minister will know and the Department officials will know that I badgered the officials in the Department to bring this bill as soon as possible. And of course we kept on getting the 6 months extensions to the Coronavirus Act. So it is a very good news, it's a very good day and a good news story today that we have a small victory in the repeal of a very small piece of the Coronavirus Act 2020, albeit one of the most positive pieces of that legislation. But that proves to me that this can be done, that even though the Coronavirus Act apparatus is still in place, and even though we have removed, this Assembly has removed the practices of the Coronavirus Act, this proves to me that we can actually repeal the Coronavirus Act and remove it from the statute book completely, even though some of it and most of it now is dormant. I think that should be a cause that this Assembly takes up. But with the pressure from myself and the committee and my party pushing for the baby loss certificates, it proves also that the Department, the officials and the Minister is listening, and moves were then made to add in the baby loss certificate aspect to this bill. And I know that took time. And I know that took effort to get this clause 11 and everything else that comes with it into this bill. But that's to be applauded, because this Assembly is here to pass legislation. And it's not good enough just to pass legislation. This Assembly and the committee and the department, with the officials and the minister, should aim to improve legislation, to make legislation better from the first reading to the final stage. That's our job, to make legislative provision better as we go through the course of the process. And I'm glad to say that this bill has been improved. It has been improved by the pressure of the committee, by the department listening, by the minister listening, by the amendments that was put down in the name of Owen Tennyson and ourselves, the DUP, and the fact that the minister listened and seen what we were trying to achieve to ensure that parents wouldn't receive a bill or a fee for a baby loss certificate. It's also commendable that this is the first place in the British Isles to actually legislate for a baby loss certificate. That's something that we should be proud of. And because of that, compared to policy in other parts of GB, we have to afford the department and the minister that piece of latitude in order to bring forward regulations under provision that will give him the flexibility that he requires to ensure that the baby loss scheme is fit for purpose, not only for now, but for the future. And so when you put something in statute, you have to allow that flexibility. And that's what these regulations and these parts of this Clause 11 will bring him. So I commend this bill to the House. I'm glad to see this day for a number of reasons, but not least the fact that this is giving recognition to all of those parents out there who bereave the loss of a child, even one that was stillborn or didn't make it right through the pregnancy, and that people will get recognition for their child, their loss of their child, and the loss that nobody's seen, a loss that nobody held, and a loss that even grandparents and other family members couldn't see. And so that is really important, that there is a recognition, and even if it's just a baby loss certificate, that will mean something. But it will also mean that we're listening, that this Assembly, that this Minister, that this Department listened, this Committee listened to those people who suffered loss, and we acknowledge it, and we have registered it. So this is a really good day, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I commend this bill to this House. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Liz Kimmins.
Last Concordia, and I too want to welcome the passing of, for me, what is a very significant piece of legislation. And I know that for the thousands of women right across the north out there who have experienced that devastating loss of a baby at whatever stage of pregnancy it may have been, that this will be a momentous day, and that they finally will feel seen, they will feel heard, and that we have acknowledged and recognised that their loss is as real as any loss in pregnancy. I want to thank firstly my Sinn Féin colleague Kiva Archibald, who instigated this legislation, and the now Finance Minister John O'Dowd for bringing this through, because I don't think we can understate just how important this is. And as others have said here today, this is a proper reflection of what we can do in this place. Despite the challenges that we may see, despite the political differences we may all have, we can work together and we can deliver really important pieces of legislation that will have an impact on people's lives. When I brought the original motion on this issue in April last year, asking the Finance Minister to bring forward a baby loss certificate scheme here in the north, I started this debate by remembering a little baby very precious to me, baby Robin Purvis, who was sadly born sleeping in April 2023. And it was her passing and the impact that was felt by her parents and indeed the wider family that motivated me to look at how we can make a difference for families like Robin's right across the north. And I want to end my contribution to the debate by remembering baby Robin and paying tribute to her amazing mummy Jessica, who asked me to bring what can we do here, because we had seen it happening in other jurisdictions, because I feel that they have ensured that Robin's legacy will be to ease the pain and the deep loss felt by many parents, by many families, and indeed communities right across all of our communities, not just now, not just in the time ahead, but recognising that loss that has happened for many years, as others have so eloquently articulated here. So I just want to commend the Minister for showing such leadership, for the committee for their engagement, for all the organisations who had an input into making and shaping this legislation, and to take this moment to remember all of those beautiful angels who will now have a place formally for everyone who has experienced this loss. So, Gura Margaret.
Thank you. Call Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, and like others, I do hope this bill will provide some solace and comfort in terms of the healing process for people who've been through bereavement and loss and real tragedy. Obviously, some will want a certificate, which is their right, and to recognise their loss. Others may not, and it's not for obviously me or anybody else to dictate that. But those who have lost, a certificate can be important, as members have said, to acknowledge that loss and to give people that space. So I do generally hope that this part of the bill has that positive impact and helps people who've experienced trauma and bereavement, and despite some criticisms and shortcomings, I think that's a genuine view that I and others have, and obviously extend my sympathies to everybody, both in this House who've shared their sort of heartfelt trauma stories, and on the committee, and also my own constituents, Deputy Speaker, who went through either a baby loss or stillbirth or a miscarriage, because it's obviously traumatic to share that, I can only imagine, but commend them for doing that. Just two quick points. I think there are still some issues in the bill that haven't been addressed that I did raise throughout the process. I think we do have huge gaps in the bereavement services that do exist, and this is to pay tribute to people who are providing those counselling and support services in the trusts and elsewhere, but with such a small number of people doing that, Deputy Speaker. And obviously there's probably an expectation that more people coming forward, as is their right to get a certificate through this bill, may be, and I emphasise they may be, traumatised or needing sort of more in-depth support counselling services. And I just fear that those services aren't in place, and I think they repeat the previous point that I made. I think the Finance Minister needs to work really robustly with the Health Minister to expand those services, to make sure they do exist and that they are in place as a general point, but to protect those people, support them when they come forward. And the other point I want to make is that obviously there's been some progress in the bill around support for same-sex couples, which I obviously welcome. It's a positive move, but I think there's gaps in terms of same-sex couples who live in the north but go through the IVF treatment in the south. The non-birth mother cannot be on the birth certificate, and I think that's an oversight. That's a missed opportunity. I welcome the Minister if he's going to move on that in some other capacity, but I fear that he may tell us that the time is gone. I hope not, but that's what I fear. So that is a missed opportunity, I think, Deputy Speaker, in other ways, for the most part, positive bill. The final point is about payment. Obviously, I welcome the fact that this was pushed by some members of the Finance Committee, and I recognise there's been some movement from the department, but I just reiterate the fact that even if it's one person, a charge for the second or the third copy in a circumstance that we don't know, and frankly it's none of our business, I think could create some unintended consequences, to use the terminology of this place. So I repeat my issue with that. I think that could be problematic for people going through a bereavement process, to put it mildly. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks to all members who have spoken. That concludes the list of speakers. I'm going to call on the Minister of Finance to conclude the final stage. Minister.
Thank you, Lás Concordia. I want again to begin by thanking all the members of this House who have contributed to the heartfelt debates on this matter, who have corresponded with my office on the bill, or who have otherwise engaged meaningfully in helping to push this important bill forward. I want to again place on my record the thanks for the work of the committee and the committee staff, who have also been crucial in relation to this bill. I also want to place on record thanks to my own staff in the department who have worked on this bill and who have driven this bill forward and have engaged with many members in this House, not only at committee but also outside committee, in a bid to get this bill to the place where it needs to be. In relation to the element of the bill establishing a legal footing for a baby loss certificate scheme, I am grateful for the support received from across the House, it has been said time and time again, our ability to work in partnership on this issue has paved the way for a successful, hopefully a successful conclusion to this bill today. Again, I just remind members of the bill, so as to ground in permanent legislation the remote registration practice for deaths and stillbirths, which have become the normal way of operating, and it removes my need to present myself in front of Mr Frew for an extension to the Coronavirus Act, which we can all say is a blessing for us all. So if there's one thing you don't want to start Mr Frew on about, is the Coronavirus Act. And now I've removed my need to do that. It removes inequalities in registration procedures for same-sex, for some couples, and I think that is an important step forward in this piece of legislation, and as has been said, is to provide for the establishment of a baby loss certificate scheme, which I've had the privilege of bringing several pieces of legislation through this Assembly in different eras, all of which are important in their own right, but I can't think of any other piece of legislation that is more important or more meaningful than this piece of legislation I'm proposing to this House today. It is going to, in many ways, offer a small candlelight of hope to many, many families out there who have gone through terrible times. And today, this Assembly has stepped forward, and I hope offers them some light at the end of that very, very, very dark tunnel, that we are now recognising the loss of their baby through this scheme. So, well done to you all, and well done to everyone who has been involved in this piece of legislation. So I commend this piece of legislation to the Assembly.
Minister, thank you. Members, the question is that the Death, Stillbirth and Baby Loss Bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So, members, the final stage of the Death, Stillbirth and Baby Loss Bill has passed. The bill has passed. Members could just take their ease for a moment before we move to the next item. Ready to read this? Yeah. Okay. Members, the next item on the order paper is a motion from the Committee for Health on its inquiry into access to palliative care services. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly approves the report of the Committee for Health on its inquiry into access to palliative care services, NIA 130-2227, and calls on the Minister of Health to implement the recommendations contained in the report.
Thank you. I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Health, Philip McGuigan, to move the motion. Moved. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 2 hours for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers in the debate will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Gurmagad, Last Concollier, and as Chairperson of the Committee of Health, I welcome the opportunity to speak to the Committee's report on its inquiry on access to palliative care here in the North. And I look forward to the contributions during the debate. We also look forward to hearing the Minister and will carefully listen to how the Minister engages today on the findings and the recommendations contained within the report. I want to begin, Last Concollier, by acknowledging the presence in the public gallery of professionals from the palliative and end-of-life care sector, and also those with experience of being a patient requiring palliative care, and also families and carers who have provided palliative care to loved ones. Later this afternoon, the Committee will host an event to thank the sector and those with lived experience who have contributed to our inquiry findings. And for anybody who wishes to attend the event, and I hope it is well attended, we will watch a video in which a family member of a patient describes the care given by the hospice as beyond special. And that was our experience as committee members when we visited each of the hospices. The quality of care and services provided by the sector through both patient and community services is something we should be all proud of. The committee learned early on in the inquiry that the sector has an exceptionally skilled workforce, both statutory and community, across the North, who have a passion to keep improving access to high-quality care services for patients and families. Not only does the sector understand the challenges facing services, it also has many of the solutions to these challenges, but it is facing barriers to effect the change that is needed and required. The committee intends that our report shines a spotlight on this area of healthcare system, and it will hopefully also greatly assist the Minister and the Department and relevant arm's-length bodies to meet our shared goals of high-quality care and outcomes for patients and their families and carers. The World Health Organization states that palliative care is explicitly recognised under the human right to health. It should be provided through person-centred and integrated health services that pay special attention to the specific needs and preferences of individuals. Palliative and end-of-life care is an approach that improves the quality of life for patients, both adults and children, and their families who are facing problems associated with life-threatening illnesses. It's important to note that palliative care is not just for older people. Many of those who are terminally ill leave behind young families, and paediatric palliative care services see families from before the child's birth right up until they are 18 years of age. When a child and family receive that diagnosis, palliative care aims to improve quality of life, to support families emotionally and practically, and to help children to live as well and for as long as possible. It is a long-term, holistic approach. It is not just about the final stage. Nothing sums that up better than a quote from the evidence that the committee heard when we were told, to know that the person who you love died peacefully with comfort and dignity, and that you had the opportunity to tell them that you loved them and say goodbye properly, helps to ease the rawness of bereavement. Last Concollier, good palliative care allows those bereaved to recover sooner and be able to continue living their lives without crippling memories of unnecessary suffering. And that's an important statement, because when there has been a gap in the patient's care or a barrier to accessing proper and timely palliative and end-of-life care, the effects are disastrous for the patient, but also in the families and carers and the key workers involved with the patient. Palliative care is unique. We have only one chance to get it right for a patient and their loved ones at a time of their life when they are most vulnerable. And the 27 recommendations by the committee provide the overall steps required for us to get this vital service in our health service right. palliative care is key to bringing about a more efficient and effective system for healthcare. And the committee hopes that the Minister acknowledges today the importance of prioritising palliative care services. We are already working on an underestimated need for palliative care. The Office for National Statistics further projects that in these islands we will experience the largest proportional increase in deaths requiring palliative care of these jurisdictions, with a 32% rise expected between 2023 and 2048. So this outlines the need to increase the focus placed on palliative care and put the correct structures in place that will ensure that as demand for palliative care increases, the systems are in place to be able to provide patients and families with the holistic care that is needed. I just want to briefly touch on the key themes of the evidence that we heard and some of our recommendations. Universal access to palliative and end-of-life care is a recurring theme with the call for a legal right to palliative care. It was acknowledged that legislation alone would not solve all challenges, but would raise the profile of palliative care, ensure consistent commissioning across trusts, and help secure equitable access. Another constant theme was hospice funding. Our hospices face constant financial instability and risk, which prevents meaningful development and growth. Without multi-year budgets, long-term planning and meaningful service development is impossible, leaving clinical needs unmet and communities underserved. For inpatient services, we need an immediate move away from the long-standing practice of providing 50% funding on the basis of the cost of a general medical bed in a hospital. What hospices provide in their inpatient services is specialist, multidisciplinary care, and we are doing a disservice to staff and patients by continuing the current practice. In evidence, departmental officials highlighted it was difficult to assess the cost of providing specialist care. However, the committee did receive correspondence from the department providing information on the cost of providing specialist care in a fully funded trust service, which was significantly greater than the amounts provided for hospices and for inpatient services. And, Las Concollier, while we need to consolidate and build in relation to inpatient services, the committee has significant concerns in relation to community services provided through hospices and trusts. The committee held an event in June with Voices for Care, with the Voices for Care group and other family members who had lost loved ones who received palliative care. The committee was concerned to hear the real lived experience of those families who struggled at times to get support and who were told to take their loved ones at times to emergency departments to wait for treatment, who had to drive hours in their loved ones' last days to find urgent medication. We must do better. The sector is there and innovating, and the committee saw some really good examples of community care, including out-of-hours nursing support, just-in-case boxes and 24/7 telephone support. However, these are only in certain areas of the north and result in inequity of access for patients and families. That inequity exists particularly in rural areas. The committee believes that immediate investment in palliative end-of-life care is necessary. There is a significant gap in out-of-hours palliative care services, particularly for symptom management. This lack of service can be a barrier to patients returning home, and the absence of 24-hour care services make it difficult for patients to receive timely support. Community and palliative pharmacy play a critical role in keeping the patient stabilised in the home setting and also in the hospital setting, especially at discharge. It is important that these functions can be adequately resourced to support patients. General palliative care is provided predominantly by GP and district nurses, and this service is undervalued, under-resourced and is not meeting expectations for the public. Specialist palliative care by multidisciplinary teams is an essential healthcare service that should be fully funded through health and social care. It has been underfunded for a prolonged period. There is critical need for investment in the community specialist palliative care workforce. As more individuals choose to receive care at home, there is an urgent demand for a sustainable, multidisciplinary, community-based workforce. The current strategy for paediatric palliative care is not adequately funded. As I move to conclusion, Concollier, I do want to place on record my thanks to the sector who so willingly engaged with us, the committee, including the hospices here in the north, Hospices UK and the All-Ireland Institute of Hospice and Palliative Care. I want to thank all those organisations, health professionals and individuals who provided valuable evidence to the committee as it considered this important issue. I want to thank the committee clerk and his staff for their valuable assistance and contribution throughout the inquiry process, for organising and managing the sessions, and in particular for collating the evidence and drafting and redrafting the report. I also want to thank my fellow committee MLAs for their considerable and considerate consideration of this issue. I want to place on record my thanks to the Minister, the Permanent Secretary and Department officials for engaging with the committee over the past year. Lastly, I want to pay tribute to those who shared their lived experience with the committee, including individuals receiving palliative care and families who have lost loved ones. This cannot have been easy for them, but I want you to know how important your contribution was to the committee to hear your testimony, and your experiences have hopefully shaped this inquiry report for the better. A report which, but more importantly, can be a blueprint or roadmap to doing things better.
Thank you. Members, the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. This debate will continue after question time, when the first member to be called will be Diane Dodds. The sitting is, by leave, suspended.
Move on to questions to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, starting with listed questions. Question number 8 has been withdrawn. I call Declan McAleer.
Question number 1 of the Hall.
I was pleased earlier this year to establish a new stakeholder body, the TB Partnership Steering Group, to help us address the challenges of getting bovine TB under control in Northern Ireland. This work led to the group's blueprint for eradication, which I endorsed and published in April of this year. New departmental structures are now in place to implement the blueprint, with initial work focused on 5 key areas, including preparations for a new consultation on the full range of potential wildlife intervention options available. Officials preparing the public consultation are exploring all potential legislative avenues which may form the basis of a future decision on wildlife intervention to ensure they will be robust in the face of any future legal challenge. These are expected to include the 2 options mentioned in the member's question. However, no decision has yet been made, with advice not yet finalised on this matter. It is expected that final advice on the best legislative route for wildlife intervention will be presented for my consideration in advance of any future wildlife intervention consultation in the spring.
Mr. McAleer.
I thank the Minister for his response. And Minister, you will know the devastating impact of TB on herds and on farmers' health and their financial, their economics as well. And we just met a group of farmers just there earlier. Minister, whilst any investment in trying to eradicate TB is welcome, including the £6.4 million fund under the Shared Island Programme, is there not a danger that without a targeted badger cull strategy, this may mean that the strategy may not be as effective as you want it to be?
So I'm acutely aware of the devastating impact that bovine TB is having on our farm families in Northern Ireland, and that's why we've set up that partnership group and also have a blueprint that which we're seeking to deliver. It's based upon 3 pillars of people, cattle and wildlife, and through a collective effort in terms of those 3 areas, I believe that we can move forward and reduce the level of TB in Northern Ireland. We must do that. We owe it to the farming community in Northern Ireland to achieve that. Wildlife intervention is a key part of that, and that's why we're going to consult in relation to wildlife intervention options in spring of next year. It's important we do that correctly, but alongside that we're already doing work in terms of increased testing, but also in terms of advice to farmers in terms of biosecurity. Collectively we have to work together on this, and that's something I'm committed to doing, and officials in my department are actively engaging with stakeholders on it.
Michelle Marvin.
Speaker, the regionalisation programme was meant to be a short, sharp intervention of a year. Now we have the prospect of a 5-year programme in an area of lower than average incidence. Is the Minister serious about wildlife intervention and eradicating TB, or is he in the business of kicking the can down the road and tying the hands of a future Minister?
So, as I've outlined to the previous member, I am very serious in relation to this issue. We have 3 pillars in regards to it: people, cattle and wildlife. I've been very clear previously, and I will do it again today, in terms of the need to have a wildlife intervention option, but it's important we do that correctly, and that's where we're going to consult about that in spring of next year. There's a regionalised approach that's been proven to be successful in other parts of Europe, and that's something that we're pursuing as well. I am doing all I can in relation to this issue. It's a challenging issue. I speak to many farmers who tell me about this has been an issue for many decades, and we're seeking to work together to address it.
Andrew McMurray.
Mr. Minister, can you provide any more details on the recently announced cross-border bovine TB pilot under the Shared Island programme?
So I'm very grateful to my Irish Government colleagues for working together in regards to this, and particularly the Taoiseach's office in terms of the Shared Island funding around this. This is a regionalised approach which has proven to be successful, as I've said, in other parts of the world. It is informed by the 3 pillars, particularly in relation to people, giving farmers practical biosecurity advice. Education and knowledge sharing will be a key part of the plan. It's also in terms of those biosecurity measures that we can bring in place. So several cattle-related measures will be considered, potentially on a voluntary basis, but we're looking to work with people on this. This will include testing of all herds every 6 months, particularly in relation to risk-based trading, and considering what more we can do to assist farmers in regards to this. And it also includes a wildlife measures, which is a 2-year test, vaccinate and remove programme across the area.
Bobby Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Minister has referenced the 3 pillars: people, cattle and wildlife. But the reality, Minister, is that inaction over a series of years has meant that the pressure on people, cattle and wildlife has grown. But there's a 4th pillar, and that's the one of the taxpayer. It's estimated that the bill will be £75 million for 24-25. That's a £10 million increase from the year before. Are we looking at 25-26 and another £10 million increase on that bill through further inaction?
The costs for this to my department is unsustainable, but most importantly to the farming community as well. Whilst we cover 100% compensation around this, I fully recognise that that does not reflect the full cost to the farming community in Northern Ireland as a result of a herd breakdown and TB. I'm very conscious in terms of previous wildlife intervention, which went to judicial review in October 2023, and that judicial review was successful. We need to take learnings from that, and we need to proceed in a way which is robust and be able to deliver for people around those 3 pillars. Yes, in relation to wildlife, but also people and cattle. I have put officials' resources to this, and I've also put money as a department, yes, in relation to compensation, but also in relation to additional testing. It's important we work together in this, and we understand this is a complex problem, but collectively we must deliver the blueprint, and that's something I'm committed to doing.
Justin McNulty.
Kesh Doe.
I'm very aware of the importance of the apple growing industry in County Armagh in terms of the positive impact that it delivers to the economy, the environment and biodiversity in the region, and I've seen it myself as Minister and before taking up this role. The draft Green Growth Strategy sets out our long-term vision and framework for a future where Northern Ireland transitions from a high to a net zero emission society, where we can enjoy the longer-term economic, social, health and environmental benefits it brings. Growing the horticulture sector is vital to achieving this vision and a sustainable Northern Irish agri-food sector. My department's Sustainable Agriculture programme provides options for all farm businesses in Northern Ireland, including apple growers, to secure and improve their viability and environmental sustainability. The Sustainable Agriculture programme encompasses a wide range of schemes that will be available to apple growers in County Armagh. The Horticulture Pilot Scheme comprises 3 sub-schemes: the Sustainable Sector Groups Pilot Scheme, the Growers Training and Support Pilot Scheme, and Innovation Driver and Support Pilot Scheme. The scheme aims to increase cooperation, investment and growers' capabilities. The Sustainable Farming Investment Scheme will provide financial support for equipment and technology to improve environmental performance and business efficiency. In addition, schemes such as the Farm Sustainability Payment, the Farming with Nature Package, the Farming for the Generations Programme and Supply Chain Scheme are available to apple growers.
Mr McNulty.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, that's all blah, blah, blah. With what you're talking about, we're seeing our orchards being ripped out, being grubbed out monthly across our orchard county, despite Ireland being ideal for growing orchards. Only 90% of apples here are imported. The benefits of supporting the apple industry are enormous, environmentally, culturally and economically. What specifically are you doing to support the apple industry especially in our Orchard County? And does the Minister see the merits for both the apple industry and for producer organisations, economically and environmentally, for supporting producer organisations and promoting them as well, the likes of the horticulturists, NA Horticulture? And Minister, how do you like those apples?
I provided a detailed response to your original question, and I've outlined the schemes that are available to the horticulture sector, and particularly in relation to apple growing. I've been down and visiting both the producers and processors in Armagh, and as a department we're committed to supporting them. It's something we should be very proud of in terms of having that. I'm happy to meet with you, Justin, if you want to go through some of the specific issues of concern to you. It's important we support all the agriculture sector in Northern Ireland, and that's something my department is doing.
Boyle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers. But, Minister, what measures are in place to ensure that the Armagh apple growers continue to benefit from their protected geographical status, particularly for EU market access post-Brexit?
Thank you, Cal. So the PGI status that we have is something I'm very proud of, and it's important we continue to support that. So we have a range of schemes already in place, but also in addition to that, as I've outlined, there's the horticulture pilot schemes that are in place as well to support the industry around this. If there's any other specific suggestions people want me to take forward, I'm happy to listen and happy to engage. And if you want me to meet up with some of the producers and processors in your constituency, I'll be delighted to do so.
So far, the Minister may be aware that the Bramley apple industry in County Armagh is worth in the region of 20 million to the local economy. For the growers, cold stores are vital to the protection and the keeping of the apple. Most of those cold stores are now 30, 40, 50 years old. They need help to replace and renew those stores. What will the Minister undertake to look at a plan to try and help?
Minister.
Thank you, and I'm very conscious of the infrastructure required for this. The Sustainable Farm Investment Scheme is something we're going to be rolling out next year, which provides support for the equipment required. I'm happy to engage with officials, whether this is within scope of that, or that's something we could work with the Department for Economy, because you understand how proud we all are, particularly as representatives, as you are, for the Orchard County, and we want to be able to support that over the time ahead through practical measures such as what you've outlined.
Dominic Donnelly.
Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his answers so far. Could I ask the Minister to outline his plans for horticulture under the Sustainable Agriculture Policy?
Thank you, Danny, and I think this is really important that we outline what we're doing within the Sustainable Agriculture Programme, because the horticulture sector is an important part of our wider agri-food industry, and I'm keen to support it. The Department's Sustainable Agriculture Programme provides options for all farm businesses in Northern Ireland, including horticulture businesses, to secure and improve their viability and their environmental sustainability. The Horticulture Pilot Scheme aims to increase cooperation, investment and growers' capabilities. It should be of real and practical benefit, and I would strongly encourage growers to consider applying. The Horticulture Pilot Scheme comprises 3 sub-schemes: the Sustainable Sector Growth Groups Pilot Scheme, the Growers Training and Support Pilot Scheme, and the Innovation Driver and Support Pilot Scheme. Applications for the Sustainable Sector Growth Groups Pilot Scheme and Growers Training and Support Pilot Scheme are now open. Applications for the Innovation Driver and Support Pilot Scheme will open next year. The Sustainable Farm Investment Scheme will provide financial support for the equipment and technology required for those in the industry. In addition to that, there's other wider schemes available, such as Farm with Nature. I know there's quite a lot here and there's quite a lot of detail, and if people want more information, it's available on the departmental website.
Kelly Armstrong.
The Coastal Forum met on the 19th of November and provided a valuable opportunity to review progress that has been made on coastal management issues. I co-chaired the meeting with the Minister for Infrastructure, and I'm pleased to report there has been significant progress in delivering the agreed work programme. A major achievement is the high-quality evidence base that is available from the Northern Ireland Coastal Observatory. This milestone follows an investment of approximately £2.5 million by my department and provides a platform that can be used for future policy development and decision-making. In particular, the Coastal Change Information Tool provides scientific interpretation of historical coastal change patterns and offers insights into how our coastline may respond to future challenges such as sea level rise and climate change. The Coastal Forum was provided with an update from Ulster University and the National Trust on how €9.6 million from the Peace Plus programme will be invested in coastal monitoring and adaptation planning. This funding will ensure that momentum is maintained and provide opportunities for coastal communities to participate in climate change adaptation planning. The Coastal Forum Working Group will produce a stocktake report of the current work programme and will be making recommendations for the 2026 to 2031 work programme. This provides an opportunity to set priorities for the next 5 years and also give consideration to new work areas such as the potential role of blue carbon habitats as nature-based solutions for coastal resilience.
Armstrong.
I thank the Minister for his answers, and I'm delighted to hear that coastal communities will be able to have input into the forum. But Minister, can you confirm an update on your work to protect marine protected areas such as my Strangford Lough?
Minister.
My department consulted on a review of the Marine Protected Area Strategy in 2024 and has now produced an updated MPA strategy for 2025 to 2030. The strategy sets out the priorities for the next 5 years and will put a focus on ensuring that MPAs are being effectively managed. My department has recently received very encouraging updates from a pilot project in Strangford Lough that demonstrates how damaged seagrass habitats can be restored using eco-moorings. The updated strategy and synopsis of consultation responses have been shared with the ERA Committee, and I intend to publish the strategy in January of next year. I would also like to say, in relation to the Coastal Forum, for those who want to have more information in regards to it, the minutes and detailed work programme will be published on the Northern Ireland Coastal Observatory website.
Brownlee.
Meeting, but how can the Coastal Forum help to protect our critical infrastructure and work collaboratively with the Department of Infrastructure in East Antrim? I know a number of the concerns that we would have is regarding the A2 corridor, the rail line and our harbour assets from the increasing risk of coastal erosion and sea rising levels.
I'm very conscious of the concerns around this and the risks to infrastructure in Northern Ireland. The work has been done, and it's very, very detailed and very robust work in terms of modelling and scientific analysis in terms of where we're going in regards to this. Helps give us evidence in terms of where we should intervene. There's also a piece of work being undertaken in terms of exploring in terms of any potential legislation around this, and I'm very conscious that there's no lead department has responsibility for this. In addition to that, I will be sending a climate adaptation plan to the Executive for agreement, and it's important we take action in regards to that wide range of areas that are of concern to people in Northern Ireland, particularly in relation to your constituency.
In the Dillon.
Question number 4.
I've written to the Northern Ireland Secretary of State and the DEFRA Secretary of State to highlight my concerns about the impact of limiting agriculture and business property reliefs pertaining to inheritance tax to £1 million on family farms and succession planning, and have put forward alternative mechanisms for consideration, including a clawback option with similarities to the relief available to farmers for capital acquisitions tax in the Republic of Ireland. Most recently, along with the First Minister, Deputy First Minister and the Finance Minister, I issued a letter to the Chancellor of the Exchequer on the 12th of November, urging her to reconsider her approach to inheritance tax during the budget process and asking that she give serious consideration to raising the agriculture and business property reliefs threshold from 1 million to 5 million and to making the allowance transferable between spouses. Whilst it's a step in the right direction that the 1 million threshold will now be transferable between spouses and civil partners, this does not go far enough in protecting family farms. An analysis from my department shows that a quarter of farms, accounting for 58% of area farmed, have agriculture and business property values exceeding £2 million and will still be impacted. The Farming for the Generations pilot scheme aims to raise awareness of the need for succession planning on farms. The pilot includes support for the farm businesses to develop a succession plan, a farm business review and a personal development plan for the nominated successor. It is planned that a full programme will be rolled out next year.
Mrs. Dillon.
Thank the Minister for his answers, and to be fair, I have no doubt about the work that you're doing, Minister, in relation to this. However, farmers are really concerned, and I met with Ulster Farmers Union last week, and I know that there were meetings last week where farmers raised their concerns around this particular issue, and they are making comparisons with the south of Ireland, but I think it's becoming more and more apparent the British Government has absolutely no understanding of what it means to be a farmer and a family farm here in the north or on this island anywhere. So, given this widening gap in the property relief thresholds, and it is causing grave concern to the agri-food industry, as I'm sure you are well aware, and the long-term sustainability of farming, do you believe that now the comparisons being drawn between the protections available in the south, has the Minister assessed how north-south divide on this island and on inheritance tax is causing farmers to question where their long-term economic interests would be protected and the interests of their family farming?
I'm very aware, as Minister, since we left the EU, the disparity between North and South has become more acute. And that's a result of Brexit, but also in terms of the decisions with regards to the UK Government, particularly in relation to inheritance tax. This has caused real anxiety, and it continues to, and particularly as we run up till April of next year within the farming community. That is wrong. And we've made a collective representations from this chamber around this issue, and particularly in relation to the disproportionate and detrimental impact it's having upon Northern Ireland. I will continue to make those representations. I'm very conscious of the impact it's having on farmers in Northern Ireland, and I will continue to urge the UK Government to both listen and act, and that's something that's been very much absent in recent times.
Robert Clark.
Minister for his questions thus far. In relation to the family farm succession, one of the things that would be particularly important is young farmer schemes, and I think it's quite disgraceful that there's no scheme actually planned currently, which you have said something today that there's no definitive plans for 2026. And your department rolled out a pilot on the Farming for Generations pilot, and that was a disaster. So can you give us a clear indication today, Minister? We're in December. Can you give a clear indication today? Are you bringing forward a scheme that would help secure our young farmers, our future within farming?
My department's Sustainable Agriculture programme contains a Farming for the Generations scheme, and I want to thank everyone who's been taking that forward, which aims to raise awareness of the need for succession planning on farms and support farm families through a three-phased approach: planning for succession, developing the successor and supporting the lead generation within the farm family. The scheme will also link farmers without a family successor to new entrants to provide access to land and other resources. I am committed as Minister to supporting our farming families to ensure succession planning can be a straightforward process and smooth transition. This will not happen overnight, and I will continue to engage constructively with stakeholders to listen to what support they require and what my department can do to assist them. Last autumn, I launched the Farming for the Generations pilot scheme to help farm families develop succession plans. This has been supported by farm family mentors and professionals such as solicitors and accountants. The pilot is ongoing and will conclude in spring of next year.
Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, could you give us an assessment of the UK's recent budget, and particularly its implications for the agricultural sector?
So in relation to the budget, this has had implications to the farming community because there was hope that they would rethink in relation to inheritance tax, and they haven't done that, and that's what the major concern is to the farming community in Northern Ireland. I know that the Minister for Finance outlined more about this on Monday. The challenge ahead for us as the Executive is now to agree a 3-year resource and a 4-year capital budget. I will play my part, and I am working extremely hard to ensure I deliver a balanced budget this year. I am confident that I will do that, but it's important other ministers do the same.
Minister, it's clear that in the UK Government there just isn't a basic understanding of how patterns of land ownership, multi-generation family farms, higher land values affect here differentially. You say, and I appreciate that you've written to the NIO and DEFRA, has a clear worked example been given to the Treasury of how this place is fundamentally different? And if they still don't listen, what consideration is being given to some kind of intervention in the multi-year budget which allows you and other ministers to respond to the clear frustration among farming families?
So a worked example has been given. It's been representations have been made by both the farming unions, by ourselves, by many in Parliament, including the EFRA Committee, in relation to the suggestions from Centex, which is a tax advisory body, who will be able to outline practical suggestions in terms of how we could realise the revenue that is desired around this, so we tackle tax avoidance. That's what we want to be able to do, but also then protect farm families in Northern Ireland and across the UK. There's practical ways forward in regards to this. My frustration in regards to this has been the lack of proper engagement and also, frankly, empathy, particularly from Treasury around this, and that is a concern for me. I've outlined what we're doing as a department in terms of farming for the generations, and it's important we do that. In relation to the size of this issue, in terms of the fiscal levers that we have in Northern Ireland, that would be challenging for us. I'm on the record in believing that we should have more fiscal devolution in Northern Ireland so we can have more autonomy around this, and I will support the Finance Minister in regards to that.
Question 5.
Minister.
A business case for the scheme of financial assistance for commercial Lough Neagh fishermen due to the closure of the 2025 brown eel season has been completed. It is currently being quality assured within my department before the proposal is submitted for my consideration later this week. Blue-green algae is a symptom of broader ecosystem issues. Whilst research is conducted to understand what impact ecosystem issues may have on brown eel stocks, support is being considered on the basis that it may have had an impact on their marketability due to the concerns around the quality of fish and the presence of toxins, despite the provision of Food Standard Agency assurance. The provision of financial assistance will be based on the income foregone by fishers from their landings of brown eels during the 2024 season. The support will provide some financial easement to enable fishers to consider the current challenges and allow time for the implementation of operational and fishery management adaptations for the next season. Such challenges would include the identification of new alternative markets for brown eels. The provision of support should help in addressing these challenges with the aim of maintaining this historic fishery at a sustainable and viable level that contributes to the rural economy and employment around the loch.
Thank you very much for that, Minister. And you will appreciate there are a number of people who are fishing on the loch that have been out of pocket for quite some while now. Can you give us an indication? I do appreciate the efforts that have been put in by the department. Can you give us some indication as to when payments will be made to those eligible under the scheme, please?
Thank you, Patsy. So I'm very keen to get this onto my desk so I can consider that, and then I can give you a definitive answer in regards to it. I know that time's of the essence in terms of providing that support, and it's important we do it. The impact in terms of the ecological issues within Lough Neagh, in terms of the fishermen on the loch, is something that weighs on me heavily. It's having a serious impact. This is part of our culture and heritage and the tradition around the loch as well, alongside people's employment. And it's something I'm keen to do in terms of supporting them in the here and now, but also providing a pathway for resilience in the future.
Nods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 6, Minister.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to group questions 6 and 15 together. Under the Windsor Framework Implementation Regulations 2024, the supply of veterinary medicines to Northern Ireland is a matter under the direction and control of the Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. Since taking office, I have engaged regularly with the UK Government on future supply arrangements. From the 1st of January 2026, I have raised concerns directly with successive Secretaries of State, including Steve Reid and Emma Reynolds, and maintain frequent bilateral meetings with Baroness Heyman, where veterinary medicine supply is regularly discussed, as recently as last week. I sit on the UK Government's Veterinary Medicines Working Group, jointly chaired by Baroness Heyman, alongside veterinary experts, industry representatives and political stakeholders. This forum enables me to provide advice on measures to prevent disruption to supply. I welcome the UK Government's Protecting Animal Health policy, published in June 2025, and its 2 new support schemes designed to address supply challenges, including unforeseen issues. In the months ahead, I will continue working with the UK Government and the Working Group on governance and oversight to ensure that these schemes deliver their intended outcomes.
Mrs. Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You've given us a very long list, Minister, of those people that either yourself or your department communicate with. However, what it does seem is that you're not communicating with the industry. At a recent Windsor Framework Committee meeting in Westminster, the representative from the Ulster Farmers Union said about veterinary medicines that they were unsure of DAERA's position on veterinary medicines. And Mark Little, who is the Honorary Secretary of the British Veterinary Association, said that while DAERA participates in the Veterinary Medicine Working Group, no communications are forthcoming with them. So instead of giving a list of all those people that you have, or as well as giving a list of all those people that you may be communicating with or sitting in a working group with, what are the answers for the 1st of January in a few weeks' time?
As I outlined at the beginning of my response, This does not sit under my direction and control. I've made the case to the UK Government on a number of occasions in terms of the importance of communications and clarity to the sector, and I will continue to make that case to the UK Government. This does not sit under my direction and control as a result of a piece of legislation the DUP asked for.
Finnegan.
Corlia, and I want to thank the Minister for his answers so far. Does the Minister agree that a comprehensive veterinary agreement between EU and the British Government would go a long way to addressing the issue of veterinary medicine?
A comprehensive agreement between the UK and the EU would be a very welcome development. I know that that wasn't part of the announcement back in May in terms of that SPS agri-food agreement. I know that there's ongoing discussions now. If it becomes part of that agreement, that will be welcome. The more closer cooperation we can have between the UK and the EU is to the benefit of all our citizens across the UK.
Alan Robinson.
7, Mr. Speaker.
With fireworks being set off after dark, potential impacts are difficult to assess. My department does not hold any data or evidence regarding their effect on wildlife. In common with domestic pets and farmed animals, possible impacts are likely to include fear, stress and disorientation, which may result in self-injury or abandonment of young. Organisers of firework displays, whether public or domestic, should be aware of the possible risks to animals. Fireworks should not be set off near habitats where concentrations of wildlife are known to be present, such as woodlands and lakes, or known bird nesting sites during spring and summer.
Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that response. Could he indicate to the House what discussions his department has had with the Department of Justice regarding the enforcement of firework regulations?
My department is very conscious of the responsibilities that sit with us in terms of raising awareness around that, and we do that in the run-up to Halloween every year, but also the responsibilities in relation to the Department of Justice. I reached out today in terms of anticipating a question in regards to this, and the Minister of Justice is very conscious of the impact that fireworks can have on wildlife. Her reminders always encourage the public to follow the law, keep fireworks safe and be considerate. Fireworks information is available year-round on the government websites in terms of NI Direct, reminding people of the impact that fireworks can have on the older or more vulnerable members of our community, pets and farm animals. The information also highlights the availability of low-noise fireworks.
Moving to topicals, call Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask the Minister for an update on the Maboy remediation scheme and the timeline for the next steps?
Thank you, Mark. The public consultation on the draft remediation strategy closed on the 2nd of October, and a total of 26 responses were received. These consultation responses and the views of the consultees are now being carefully considered to inform any necessary amendments to the draft remediation strategy. Informed by the consultation, there will be further significant decisions to be made. Any necessary updates to the strategy will be determined further to the assessment of those consultation responses. Our integrated consultancy team is progressing the technical review of the responses, and the officials plan to have the report on the consultation presented to me by the end of January next year. If the necessary updates do not significantly alter the draft strategy, we have to keep an open mind in relation to the consultation. It's envisaged that the revised strategy will be presented to me in February or March of next year. An updated cost estimate for delivery of the strategy will then follow in March or April of next year.
Mr. Durkin.
Thank the Minister for his answer, and obviously we'll have to wait until the consultation is closed and the strategy finalised before costings can be arrived at. But how will that inform, or how has it informed, any bids from the Minister into the multi-year budget process for the capital required to, or for the money or resource required to remediate Maboy?
The member rightly outlines that this is resource rather than capital, which adds an extreme complexity and challenge to this issue, particularly in relation to the potential cost associated with it. The process ahead in terms of agreeing this, getting an executive approval, and then actually undertaking the work will take a number of years, and that's something we'll have to factor in terms of our budget bids in regards to this. This is a situation that's caused me great concern in terms of how this occurred in the first place. That's why I believe in an independent environmental protection agency like you do, That's why I'm seeking executive agreement for it, and I'm deeply disappointed the DUP have decided to block that.
Ryan Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, further to the blue tongue incidents, can you confirm if testing has commenced on the 20 farms within the temporary control zone, which has been put in place, and how long is that likely to take, and for the results to be made known?
Sure.
So that I know officials have started work in regards to that. I'll need to check whether they're actually on farm today in regards to this, but I know that there's something they want to have that testing completed this week. It's important we do that in terms of the additional surveillance. Alongside that testing, there's also traps been set in relation to midges, so we can test those, and additional surveillance in the abattoirs. So we're doing all what we can in terms of surveillance around this. We're looking to get out and get testing in terms of those 20 large farms. We're also engaging with the farmer in question who's been affected by this, testing the entire herd around that. And collectively, I believe that we can move forward and hopefully move out of these restrictions, but it's important people understand what the restrictions are. The restrictions are that there's no movement unless directly to slaughter, and that there's a form from the departmental website which should be downloaded to enable that.
Yes.
Thank the Minister for his answer. And given the widespread concern over this outbreak, as a belt and braces approach, will the Minister consider restricting movements of animals from Europe?
So what we do is we take a risk-based approach in regards to this. As you know, that there has been no movements from GBDNI for a significant period because England has been affected by this, and unfortunately also Wales. We will continue to take a risk-based approach to this. Essentially, in Northern Ireland, we're in lockdown in regards to this, and it's important people observe the rules that are in place now.
Right, Harvey.
Can the Minister outline what support will be made available to small and medium-sized farms struggling to meet the new environmental and welfare compliance requirements following the launch of the new Farm Sustainability Standards regulations?
As Minister, I'm very proud to have been the only Minister in the UK to secure over £300 million ring-fence funding for agriculture, agri-environment, fisheries and rural development. That's not the case in England, Scotland and Wales. And we're determined to be able to utilise that funding to support farm families in Northern Ireland, and that's part of the Sustainable Agriculture Programme. Within that, there's a range of measures, whether it's in relation to advice or in relation to the investments that can occur on farm. The Sustainable Farm Investment Scheme is a capital support scheme, and that will launch next year, and that will offer a range of options to support farmers in relation to technology that they wish to take up. It's important we support farmers, and that's something that we as a department are doing, and I want to thank officials for that.
Mr. Harvey.
Minister, for your answer so far. Minister, how will the department ensure the new standards are applied fairly and proportionately across all farm types moving forward?
Minister.
Part of that is the Farm Sustainability Standards, which was agreed by the committee. I want to thank the committee for the engagement with officials in regards to this. The Farm Sustainability Standards is a balanced, proportionate and robust way forward, which replaces cross-compliance, and hopefully people will get acquainted with the details of that. It's on the departmental website.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, you'd be very much aware of the ongoing escalation of TB costing £75 million this year, as my colleague referred to, and likely more by the end of this financial year. Alongside an outbreak of avian flu and now the risk of blue tongue, is your department financially resourced to deal with all these animal health issues?
These are major challenges, both to my department but also to the farming community in Northern Ireland. We have the financial resources to deal with it in the current situation that we have. We cannot predict the future. This is the nature in terms of animal disease, but it's important I reassure you that we have put resources to this and that we are compensating farmers in regards to this within our statutory obligations. I'm very conscious this is a very difficult time for the farming community, particularly also the dairy sector in relation to milk prices, and my department is focused in terms of delivering that vision, which is a thriving, resilient and an economically, environmentally sustainable future. We're determined to do that.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. And Minister, when will you get to grip with the TB situation and drive down TB costs?
Minister.
As I outlined earlier on, we have agreed a blueprint. We're focused on delivery of that in terms of 3 pillars. We've made a bid to transformation funding from the Executive Office. We've got shared island funding, and we're pushing ahead in terms of a regionalised approach. We're putting resources to this, and I want to reassure people that this is a commitment for me, not because of the cost to my department. That is an important consideration, but in terms of the cost to the farming community and the mental distress this is causing. I'm committed to doing this, but I'm also committed to doing it in terms of respect for the science and evidence and doing it in a robust manner.
Mr. Carroll's not misplaced. John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Can I ask the Minister for an update on his efforts to establish a Just Transition Commission?
Thank you, John. So, a Just Transition Commission arises from the 2022 Climate Change Act. It was a result of an amendment which was agreed by this House without division, and it's a very important commitment because Just Transition runs throughout the climate change legislation. It's about ensuring a fair and balanced way forward and about safeguarding everyone in society as we move towards decarbonisation. It's a legal obligation, and I'm determined to deliver upon it. We consulted upon the regulations, and I'm seeking executive agreement in regards to those. I've been seeking executive agreement for those since September, and hopefully we get agreement for that, so we can set up the Just Transition Commission, and we can provide delivery on what is a key principle of the climate change legislation, but should be a key principle in all our policies in terms of a fair and just way forward.
Mr. Speaker, this lack of progress, despite the Minister's efforts, is extremely concerning. Can I ask the Minister to outline what other papers continue to be delayed as he awaits executive approval?
Minister.
As Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, I'm committed to power sharing. I'm committed to working with my executive colleagues, but I am finding it increasingly frustrating in terms of the gridlock that we're having in terms of getting papers agreed by the executive, to such an extent that we're now having to maintain a spreadsheet of the papers we're looking to get agreement on. I'm waiting for agreement on 6 papers at the executive. One paper has been waiting for nearly a year. It's the Green Growth Strategy. We're waiting for an agreement on a paper in relation to an independent environmental protection agency, in relation to ways we can improve our levels of recycling, a fisheries and water environment bill, and also a technical paper in terms of sheep carcass classification. There has been engagement with the Executive Office in regards to this, but it's important at the next executive meeting that we can progress these papers. I'm doing the work, and I need others to be able to support me and allow us to be able to progress it. It is extremely frustrating that there is gridlock at the executive due to one party, which is the DUP.
Annie Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his answers so far. Could I ask the Minister for his assessment of the new farm sustainability standards?
The Farm Sustainability Standards are a modern, proportionate and simpler standards regime covering environmental, public and animal health and welfare issues in Northern Ireland. The vast majority of farmers care deeply for their livestock and want to protect the environment for future generations. The new penalty regime, developed in close collaboration with agriculture stakeholders, recognises the importance of education and understanding. Our goal is to help farmers meet these standards. I'm fully committed to supporting farmers to remain compliant, to avoid penalties and receive their full payments. Together, we are laying the groundwork for a thriving, resilient and sustainable agri-food sector that supports family farms and benefits our communities, our climate and our economy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for that, Minister. Could I also ask why the new standards are an improvement across compliance in terms of environmental protection, animal welfare and fairness for farmers?
Minister.
New standards have been developed to meet the agricultural and environmental needs that are unique to Northern Ireland. Through them, for instance, we can take a more focused approach in helping to address current issues in water quality. The standards promote good farm management and responsible stewardship, helping to underpin the integrity of Northern Ireland's agri-food industry. Animal welfare is a concern to us all, and so requirements for the welfare of birds have been added, along with requirements for welfare of animal transportation regulations. New biosecurity requirements have also been introduced to reduce the risk and impact from animal diseases. The new penalty arrangements are more proportionate, fairer and easier to understand, and reflects the severity of the impact of any breach in a standard.
Cathy Mason.
Minister, I want to ask you about for an update on the TB blueprint for eradication. And I know that you know the impact that TB is having, specifically on farmers in South Down. And I thank you for your engagement that you've had with us on that to date. But I would just ask what engagement your department is having with the agricultural sector on this.
Engagement with the agriculture sector is a core part of the blueprint. That's why we have the stakeholder partnership, and that's why we want to work together on it. We're keen to work with people on this, particularly in relation to the cattle interventions. We want to be able to understand if there's any concerns and how we can help drive this down. We're also moving forward in terms of the regionalised approach. Alongside that, I fully acknowledge the need for a wildlife intervention in Northern Ireland, that it can withstand legal challenge, and that's why we're consulting about it next year. Please be assured that we're putting resources to this. This is a priority for my department, and collectively we can move forward in this, but we've also got to respect science and evidence and the law.
Ms. Mason.
And I thank the Minister for that answer. Minister, you mentioned in a previous answer around an all-island approach to that. Can you give us any information on that would be, or what work you've undertaken with your counterpart in the south to try and tackle this?
Thank you. The shared island funding we've received in terms of that regionalised cross-border approach is absolutely key. We're one single epidemiological area in the island of Ireland, and that's why we want to work together on this. I want to thank my ministerial counterpart in the south, Martin Hayden, and his department in terms of DAFM, how they're working with us on this. This is something that doesn't respect borders, something we need to work together on. And I think people need to understand that this is an initiative that we're taking forward, which is based upon wildlife intervention and also people and cattle measures. There's engagement taking place, and hopefully we all can get behind what are positive interventions in regards to what is a key issue in the agricultural community in both Northern Ireland and the south of Ireland.
Andy Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister what engagement he's had in recent times with the Communities Minister excuse me, in regard to the Community Infrastructure Fund?
Minister.
Thank you, Andy. So I have received a letter from the Communities Minister asking if I want to participate in regards to that. I'm waiting for advice from officials because we have to consider how we do this correctly. And once that comes back, I will write back to the Communities Minister in regards to it. I see benefits of this fund, but if I'm to engage in it, I need to make sure I do it correctly.
Can I thank the Minister for his answer? And does the Minister envisage with his current budget envelope that he'll be in a position to provide further capital funding to allow this fund to reach more of those groups within our communities that are providing impactful work day and daily?
Sir.
Thank you, Andy. I would like to take part in this, and that's the key question, is in terms of do I have the budget envelope to do it. I don't want to write back and say yes and then not have the cash. So that's what I want to do, is get advice from officials. But I think there's benefit in terms of my department working in conjunction with all departments, including the Department of Communities. As an executive, we've got to work together. These are our partners in government, and I'm committed to doing that.
That brings us to a conclusion for questions to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. If members just take their ease for a moment while we change the table.
Members, we must move on to questions to the Assembly Commission. Question number 13 has been withdrawn. I call Mark Durkin.
Question number 1.
Judy Dennis.
I thank the member for his question. The Assembly provides extensive information for the public on committee business. Most committees meet in open session with proceedings broadcast live. Forward work programmes, agendas and minutes are published promptly online to ensure transparency. Our website offers details on committees, their membership, roles, as well as how the public can engage through evidence sessions and consultations. The Communications Office supports committees with press releases, media notice, social media content and handling public queries, as well as tailored assistance for inquiries and legislative scrutiny. The Participation and Outreach team delivers sessions in Parliament buildings and in constituencies, attends key events and helps committees engage with people who have relevant experience. To broaden accessibility, we have produced a glossary of parliamentary terms in British and Irish Sign Language. This has been supported by signed summaries of evidence sessions as part of the committee's scrutiny of the Sign Language Bill. Looking ahead, the clerking and member support team will publish clear explainers on the Assembly's responsibilities, including the vital role of committees.
Durkin for supplementary.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I thank the Commissioner for her answer and recognise and welcome good progress that has been made in this regard. But can the Commission outline whether it will explore more accessible formats to help the public better understand the outcomes of committee work.
Thank you. The Assembly Commission is currently developing a new website to enhance navigation and the user experience, as well as improving search functionality and accessibility. The new website will also facilitate better integration of the digital media content that committees are putting out, and all these improvements will help better promote the work of the committees. As I said, in terms of social media, because that is obviously important in terms of promoting the work of committees as well, the Commission has recently enhanced its digital content resources, and this is supporting committees with better video and imagery-based content. This is particularly focused on the calls for evidence and consultations, and showcasing the engagement work of committees on external visits, and the Assembly social media channels does support the work of committees on X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, and they do cover a broad range of demographics.
Call Linda Dillon for the next question.
Question number 2.
And Trevor Clark to reply.
Can I thank the member for her question? The Assembly Commission has used the security hut within the Lower East Car Park for a number of years. The hut was originally installed and maintained by the Department of Finance, although in recent times it has fallen into a significant state of disrepair and is now considered to be close to the end of its service life. The Department of Finance has indicated that they are not minded to replace it in the foreseeable future, and have left it with the Assembly Commission to determine the way forward, since they are the primary users of that car park. The Assembly Commission staff are presently monitoring and managing the Lower East Car Park on the most busy days of the week, although plans are already well advanced to erect an automatic barrier at the entrance to the car park in early 2026. Once that work has been completed, those staff will be withdrawn, and should occasional monitoring be required of the car park, this will be carried out from the search facility on the East Glen.
Linda Dillon for supplementary.
And thank the Commissioner for the answer. Commissioner, can you give us a timeline for when that automatic barrier might be put in place? Because this is an issue of staff welfare, and everybody should be able to come to a decent place of work. We all get to come into a nice warm building that mightn't be perfect, but it's certainly much better than what they're having to tolerate down there. I don't think any of our staff should have to work in facilities that are not fit for purpose. So if we can get a timeline, that would be really...
So I can't give the member an indefinite time frame other than it's early 2026, but a lot of consideration has went into this in previous meetings, and that's why this is at an advanced stage. The Commission were very aware of the state of the building that was in existence, and aware of all of those factors that's been highlighted by yourself today. So all of the members are alive to the fact that the staff are outside, and that's part of the reasoning behind the automatic barrier to prevent them from being there, and then an occasional supervision of the car park can be carried out from the East Glen.
Okay, call Peter Martin.
Question 3.
Neil McAllister to reply.
I thank the member for his question. Further to a direction from the Assembly in June 2021, the Assembly Commission provides a simultaneous and passive system for interpretation. This service is provided by the Interpretation and Translation Unit, which has been operational and available to interpret from Irish to English since May 2022. The cost of providing the interpretation and translation service from Irish to English over the 2 years from the 1st of October 2023 to the 30th of September 2025 has been £387,000. That cost reflects the salaries paid to one senior interpreter at Assembly Grade 5 and 2 interpreters at Assembly Grade 6. Sundry costs incurred by the Interpretation and Translation Service, including for learning and development and office equipment, have been absorbed by the budget allocated to the Office of the Official Report, Hansard.
Martin for supplementary.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank the Commissioner for her reply to me. Could I ask, have any efficiency savings been considered in terms of the translation services, particularly AI?
McAllister.
I thank the member for his question, and with regards to the actual overall issue of AI, the Assembly Commission is examining that issue on its whole and entirety, and we have not yet discussed that particular issue, but it's something that I am more than happy to take back to the Assembly Commission, and if you're content, can provide you with a written answer with that.
Sharon.
I'd
like to ask in Irish.
Please.
Does the member agree Cart.
That the right to conduct business in this House through the medium of Irish is a clear recognition of the rights of the whole Irish community to communicate through the native language of Ireland.
Thank you. I thank the member for the question that you have given. I think it's very important about the preservation of any native language, no matter the jurisdiction, and the member will be aware that in other jurisdictions across this island, in particular the Welsh Parliament, they also offer simultaneous translation services. So the protection of minority languages is particularly important, but so also is the welcoming of that language and the importance of ensuring that the protection of a minority language ensures that it is not about minority language belonging to one single community. But I do agree that it is an important issue and one that should be debated in this House, but with ensuring that that issue is debated with care and reflective of all jurisdictions across this island too.
Right, Carol.
Councillor Cash to Emma, just like Emma, would the member agree with me that this sort of DUP culture war on not wanting to see or hear Irish needs to come to an end, and that we owe a debt of gratitude to our translators who, whilst a small team, do exceptional work for myself and other members across the House. And also, if the member can outline whether the Commission have received any complaints or issues about the company PICOMs who don't employ our translation members of staff, but provide the facilities that allow us to record speeches and items in this chamber. Thanks.
Nuala McAllister.
Thank the member for that question, but unfortunately, no, I can't provide that information to you today, but I can take it back again to the Assembly Commission. I'm not sure how long that might take, but to gather that information, if it's zero complaints, it'll be quite quickly, but I'm sure we can get back to you on it. But the member will understand that I'm here today to reflect the overall Assembly Commission's position, and so it is important that we don't engage in political content when we're answering questions, but I do hope that the answer to your first question or your last question, I can get that to you as quickly as possible.
Okay, moving on, I call Alan Chambers.
Question 4, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
And call Andy Allen to answer.
I thank the member for his question. The Assembly Commission conducted a planned fire drill on Monday the 29th of September 2025. Building users evacuated the building between 11 a.m. and 11:09 a.m. All building users were back in the building by 11:16 a.m. While the drill was successful overall, as with every such exercise, a list of improvements requiring attention has been compiled, and these are currently being implemented by the Health and Safety team. In collaboration with colleagues across relevant business areas, this was the first such fire drill to be carried out on a sitting day, enabling the Assembly Commission to ensure the widest possible participation and to help familiarise all building users with the evacuation procedures.
Alan Chambers for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I thank the Commission for that answer. I've never been involved in one of these full-scale evacuations in all the time I've been here, but I just would want to offer a couple of observations which I hope will be seen as helpful. But I thought that the process of everybody coming out, most people seem to have come out of the front of the building and gone down the steps. And when they got to the bottom of the steps, there was only one gate to let people out, so it really was funneling people into one exit to get out of the steps. That, in an orderly situation, that was fine. In a panic situation, it really could be a poor outcome. And the other thing was, I thought that
I think you've got a question there already. Questions should not really be as long as that.
Okay, I'll just be very quickly to finish. I thought the assembly of people outside was very poorly handled.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to call Andy Allen to reply to you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the member for his follow-up question. Indeed, the purpose of the drill was exactly for the reason that he had outlined. There were those who are frequently in the building who may not have participated in a drill previously, but several issues, and I appreciate he's raised some there himself, were identified during the drill, including a shortage of fire wardens and staff trained to operate evacuation chairs, as well as uncertainty among some members and staff about their designated muster points. Building users should proceed to the numbered marker on the front lawn that corresponds to the floor in which they work, basement, ground floor first, and so on. but the points he's raised, and I would encourage him to write with further points that he has, and indeed any other member, to the Commission, and we can obviously take those into consideration.
Thank you. And I call Harry Harvey.
Question 5, Speaker, please.
Thank you. Call Colin McGrath to reply.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With your permission, I will group questions 5 and 12 together, and I thank the members for their questions. The Assembly Commission is committed to ensuring that Parliament buildings are accessible to all. To this end, we have recently undertaken the Disability Discrimination Act DDA survey. This comprehensive assessment identified any areas where improvements could be made to enhance accessibility for all people with disabilities, additional communication needs or mobility issues. Now that the DDA survey is complete and the final report received, we will carefully consider its findings and develop a plan to implement necessary adaptations where possible.
Supplementary from Harry Harvey.
Thank you for your answer so far. It is vital that everyone can access the estate. Has the Commission any plans to assess whether the current number of disabled parking bays are adequate? Thank you.
McGrath.
No, I don't have any. I'm not sure if that's a consideration at the minute, although maybe without speaking out of turn, without the facts, I know that there has been some provided in the upper car parks of late which are new. I've seen them myself, but in terms of the finer details of that question, we'll come back to you with a written answer.
McGlone.
Can I ask if the Commission can confirm whether a full accessibility audit has been completed, and in fact whether its findings will be published to ensure transparency on progress?
Grath.
I thank the member for his supplementary question. And this disability access audit provided a comprehensive assessment of accessibility across Parliament buildings in accordance with the DDA 1995 Act. It encompasses all key areas, including approaches and entrances, internal circulation routes, sanitary facilities, signage, general amenities and evacuation arrangements. The report recognises the building's Grade A listed status, which places inherent constraints on the scope of physical adaptations that can be made to its historic fabric. As such, the recommendations seek to balance statutory and best practice accessibility standards with the preservation of the building's architectural and heritage significance. Where physical modifications are not feasible, the audit highlights the importance of operational adjustments and management strategies to ensure accessibility for all users. In total, 34 recommendations have been identified, such as automated doors, lift controls and toilet layouts, and officials are currently considering options to address the recommendation, and an update will then be provided to the Assembly Commission.
Call Shamil Holland.
Thank you. Question 6, please.
Dennis to reply.
Thank you to the member for her question. The Assembly Commission installed a changing places facility in Parliament buildings in 2011, with the official launch taking place on the 5th of October 2011. To mark the occasion, children from Glenveigh Special School enjoyed a tour of Parliament buildings before visiting the new facility alongside MenCap. Standard accessible toilets do not meet the needs of many people, including those with profound and multiple learning disabilities. Our Changing Places facility is designed to address these needs and includes a height adjustable changing bench, ceiling mounted hoist, adjustable sink and ample floor space for carers and equipment. The facility is located on the ground floor near the rear entrance to the Senate chamber. No key or pass is required for access. However, we respectfully ask that all building users keep the room available for those who require its full specialist features. To help ensure that people can find it easily, the facility is also listed on the Changing Places Toilets website.
Shamil Holland for supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I'm just wondering, are there any plans to install any additional Changing Places facilities in Parliament buildings going forward?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Listen, I fully recognise that this building must be accessible for all building users, regardless of their disability. But there are currently no plans to add any additional Changing Places facilities. However, we're more than happy to keep this under review.
Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In terms of changing places, what level of engagement is there between the Assembly Commission and changing places to assess what need there would be for any additional places, if any?
Yeah, listen, I wasn't a member of the Assembly when we first installed the changing places facility that we have at the minute. So, as I said in the previous answer, if we think that we require more facilities, then of course, as I'm sure would happen in 2011, we will do that in conjunction with the changing places, of course.
Okay, moving on. Next question, David Brooks is not in his place. So move to the following question. I call Pam Cameron.
Question number 8.
Thank you. Nina McAllister to reply.
With permission, Deputy Speaker, I will group questions 8 and 15, and I may require an additional minute for this because there is quite a lot of detail. The Assembly Commission recognises the importance of ensuring robust measures are taken to support and strengthen the Assembly's cybersecurity and digital resilience. Across the world, cybersecurity risk has grown exponentially over the last number of years, and every high-profile organisation's systems are under attack every day. The Assembly Commission is mindful that a range of states and rogue actors have an interest in obtaining information about organisations' cybersecurity arrangements. In that context, just as the Assembly Commission would not discuss detail of physical security arrangements at the Assembly on the floor of the House, neither would it be wise to discuss the detail of the Assembly Commission's efforts relating to cybersecurity. I am happy to inform the House that an independent cybersecurity assurance review was carried out in June 2023 to ascertain the Assembly Commission's cybersecurity position. This review was aligned to the good practice guidelines established by the National Cybersecurity Centre's 10 Steps to Cybersecurity and the requirements of Information Security Good Practice Guidance. The Assembly Commission has recruited an interim Information Technology Security Officer to support the Head of IT in further enhancing cybersecurity. This role has a specific focus on ensuring members, their staff and Assembly Commission staff receive regular cyber-related training and that systems and applications are secure by design. Since March 2023, investment has been made by the Assembly Commission across both hardware and software to support the removal of outdated and vulnerable services, to improve the cybersecurity position and to ensure the reliability of digital systems used by members with specific reference to cybersecurity. Further investment is planned with the procurement of a Security Operations Centre service as recommended across the public sector. This will provide continuous monitoring, detection and response to cybersecurity threats.
Cameron for supplementary.
Thank you. I thank the member for the very comprehensive answer to the question. And given that MLA constituency offices, as she will know, handle large volumes of highly sensitive personal information from constituents, can the Commission confirm over and above her answer, and I appreciate there was a lot in there and there's a lot of work being done, but is there anything further being planned to ensure that data is fully protected from cyber attacks, and is any further investment and training required to strengthen those protections?
McAllister.
I thank the member for her questions, some of which I hopefully can answer for you, and that the Assembly Commission does undertake regular phishing campaigns to support members and their staff to identify potential threats, and you'll see that you get those in emails and circulars that are sent out, and does offer follow-up training support. In addition, the Personal Cyber Advisory Scheme is being offered to support members and staff and Assembly Commission staying safe. Perhaps it isn't very well known that that is available for member staff as well, and it's something perhaps that we can take back as a Commission to ensure that maybe if that's possible that could be extended, and especially given that a lot of it takes place up here in Parliament buildings rather than constituency offices. So I think it is a very important point that has been made that we could look to extending the training that is available in particular to those constituency-based staff. So I hope that's helpful.
McNulty.
Thank the Minister for, thank the member for her answers thus far. I think it's further to the previous member's question, can the Commission outline whether all MLAs and staff will receive updated cyber awareness training to ensure that internal capacity matches the scale of the threat?
McAllister.
I thank the member for the question, and there is training available there. At the minute it is, the onus is on the individual MLA to ensure that them and their staff undertake the training that is available, and I would encourage anyone who hasn't yet done that or met with the team to do that as urgently and as quickly as possible. And I think it could be a reminder that we can take back from today at the Assembly Commission to remind and encourage those MLAs to participate. It can be done on a party-wide basis, but it's perhaps more beneficial to be done on an individual basis. Thank you.
Michelle Guy.
Please.
I call on Allen to reply.
Speaker, the Assembly Commission currently has 5 defibrillators, all of which were registered with the British Heart Foundation's National Defibrillator Network, the circuit, on the 19th of September 2025. These devices are routinely checked and maintained to ensure they are always ready for use.
Michelle Guy for supplementary.
Thank you. Can I ask what first aid training is currently provided to staff in Parliament buildings, and does it include training for how to use defibrillators?
Andy Allen to reply.
Yeah, so there's currently, I think it is 52, I just can't access the information to hand, but 52 members of staff that are currently trained in first aid. The use of defibrillators does not require first aid training, but it is, however, covered within the first aid training, and obviously the Assembly Commission will continually keep that under review, and the Assembly Commission regularly, on a yearly basis, I believe, sends out invites for additional staff to undertake that training.
Okay, I call Stuart Dixon.
Question number 10, please.
And I call Sinead Ennis to reply.
So I thank the member for his question, and on the 18th of March 2020 the Assembly Commission agreed that determining MLA salaries and pensions should continue to be the role of an independent body, however that the determination of allowances could be undertaken by the Assembly Commission. Powers to make determinations on allowances were conferred to the Assembly Commission by the Assembly on the 30th of June 2020. These powers include determining matters relating to MLA's support staff salaries. On the 27th of August 2020, the Assembly Commission made the Assembly members' salary and expenses amendment determination 2020. This introduced several changes relating to the terms and conditions of MLA support staff, including updated pay scales. This was in response to the ongoing concerns raised by MLAs regarding staff terms and conditions, and the Assembly Commission's desire to ensure terms and conditions for support staff were fair and reasonable. At that time, the pay scales and grading structures were aligned to those of the Assembly Commission staff, including a provision for annual indexation, which aligned to the rate used by the Assembly Commission each year. Pay scales for MLA staff and the associated grading structures are not dependent on MLA remuneration. Therefore, it is not necessary for reviews to be undertaken at the same time. A new determination was published in February 2025, and while no changes were made to the pay scales or grading structures at that time, the Assembly Commission continues to keep the provisions under review.
Stuart Dixon for supplementary.
Thank you very much, and thank the Commission member for her response so far. And I'm sure she, like all the members in this chamber, will recognise the value of staff to members of this Assembly. And just wish to ask when the next review for those salaries and scales will be undertaken.
Dennis.
Yes, and I wholly concur. I mean, we couldn't do our jobs without the valuable support from our staff, both in our constituency offices and here in Parliament buildings. So, as set out in paragraph 1 of the determination, the purpose of the determination is to ensure that members do not suffer a financial detriment by reasons of costs incurred in connection with the exercise of functions as members. Therefore, the Assembly Commission is mindful of the need to ensure that the provisions of the determination fulfil its purpose and are set at an appropriate level. Indexation provisions were introduced in 2020, as I've said, in the determination in relation to salaries of member staff, and further indexation in the 2025 determination in relation to constituency office operating costs. A further comprehensive review of the determination is therefore not scheduled at present, but typically that will be undertaken in advance of a new mandate, and I hope we would look at that in advance of the 2027 election. Thank you.
I call Alan Robinson.
Number 11, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Trevor Clark to reply.
Can I thank the member for the question? The Assembly Commission has in place a policy entitled Conduct and Behaviour of Visitors in Parliament Buildings and can be found on the Assembly's website. The purpose of this policy is primarily to ensure the Assembly's core business and other events, and be these in Parliament buildings or an outside location, they can proceed without interference from or by disruption of visitors or any other persons. The policy is extensive and provides clear guidance to the general rules of entry and also the behaviours expected at Assembly, Plenary and Committee sittings. However, it is important to note that under Standing Order 66, access to the public gallery is within procedural responsibilities of the Speaker, including the ability of the Speaker to require someone to leave the public gallery if necessary to preserve good order. With regards to the incident on the 10th of November 25, a member of the public was removed from the public gallery during plenary proceedings because they have risen from a sedentary position and began shouting in the direction of the chamber floor. Usher Services staff nearby promptly intervened and the Speaker directed that person to be removed and she was escorted from the public gallery. This incident lasted just over 20 seconds and there was no further disruptions to business. Section 7 of the policy deals with this type of incident and provides guidance on what will happen if a visitor interrupts or attempts to interrupt plenary proceedings. The policy was also applied during an incident on the 10th of November.
Alan Robinson for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for his response. The behaviour we seen in the chamber on the 10th of November was very unsavoury. Do you believe that it was tasteless for MLAs in this chamber to applaud such unsavoury behaviour, and what advice will be given to members going forward?
Well, as the member knows, I am here as a Commission member and I'm not supposed to have a political view. However, those matters are all subject to different codes, and if someone had a particular issue on that day, they should have raised a complaint through the normal procedures.
McAllister for supplementary? No. No. Question 13 has been withdrawn. Philip Brett is not in his place.
That concludes questions.
And that concludes questions to the Assembly Commission. The member can take a recess for a moment. Members, we now return to our debate on the motion from the Committee of Health on its inquiry into access to palliative care services, and our next speaker in the debate is Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm glad to have the acclamation of the Health Minister in this completely. It is a real privilege to be able to discuss this report today. The DUP is unashamedly a pro-life party, and while we are having this debate about better and more palliative care services in Northern Ireland, in Westminster they are currently debating assisted suicide legislation. It has never been more important that we provide palliative care for everyone in Northern Ireland. I want to say thank you to all who have contributed to the report, particularly those who have lived experience of palliative care and who have spoken of their journey with their loved ones, and also to the indomitable Christine Campbell, who makes the point that she is living while availing of palliative care. And I know how difficult it is to speak of these issues, and we owe them our thanks. But thanks also to the sector, to the hospices, to Marie Curie, and all of those too numerous to mention, and I probably shouldn't have mentioned anyone because I will always leave someone out. But they go over and above to provide in times of need, and at such a difficult time. and to our clinicians, to those who provide specialist palliative care, and to GPs who provide a huge bulk of the service at home, helping to fulfil the wishes of the vast majority to die at home in a familiar place surrounded by their loved ones. And to district nurses, to specialist palliative care nurses, we really do appreciate your efforts. Mr. Deputy Speaker, committees do many reports, and many reports are just accepted by the Minister with a gracious thank you, but still sit on a desk somewhere in a department and are not actioned. We need this report to be different. And Minister, we need this report to be actioned. And I heard some conversation earlier today about the fact that this report could prove a good pathway for palliative care in the future. And we really need to see some progress in relation to this. Some of the key issues apparent from evidence the committee heard were inconsistencies in provision across different parts of Northern Ireland, the need to appoint a clinical lead for palliative care, Northern Ireland being the only part of the UK without one, and a sense from families of a lack of information and the need for improved communication, and particularly a lack of out-of-hours support beyond 9 to 5. Particularly around pharmacies, access to medicine and pain relief. But I want to focus first of all on the need for consistent and sufficient funding for palliative care services in Northern Ireland. Trevor McCartney from the Northern Ireland Hospice outlined the importance of this in his speech at our launch event today. Hospices are currently not funded for the specialist services they provide. They are not general medical beds in a hospice, but a very specialised services to individuals at the most vulnerable time of their lives. These are individuals with complex medical needs who can only be cared for in this setting. The importance of the recommendations 1 to 3 in this report cannot be overemphasised. Our health service should provide, as a fundamental right, access to equitable palliative care services in Northern Ireland. This needs to be a statutory commitment. Recommendation 3 on the 100% funding for all hospice services with an initial 50% of the actual cost of care provided in 2026-27 is really important. And then a sliding scale of increase over 5 years until that 100% funding has been reached. And we recognise the generosity of the public towards local hospices and the phenomenal fundraising of our volunteers. But this should be for top-ups. This should bring extra and new services, new initiatives, research and so on, and not be part of that core service.
Members' time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Lila McAllister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. One of the few uncertainties in life is death, and unfortunately everyone in this chamber has likely experienced the loss of a loved one through the years, and we will all be touched by this at some point in our lives. That is why it is so important that we ensure proper services are available to provide support during these tough and dark days. The NHS is something that we greatly believe in this chamber, free at the point of entry, from the cradle to the grave. I think it's also very important to highlight during this debate the significance and importance of palliative care. It is not only meant end-of-life care, but care for adults and often young children by specialist healthcare workers to ensure that their life and their quality of life can be enhanced. Throughout the duration of this inquiry, Health Committee heard evidence from a significant number of palliative care providers and health bodies to hear about the current services that they provide, but crucially, what they believe needs to be put in place by the Department of Health and the Trust to ensure that services can not only continue but be improved. And I appreciate, along with so many in this chamber, that many of the recommendations in this report are resource heavy and focus strongly on the need for increased funding. We are acutely aware of the challenges, Minister, that you face with progressing this issue, but I want to emphasise that there is much within this inquiry and this report that can be progressed, that will have a significant impact on the ability of trusts and charities to provide palliative and end-of-life care. One recommendation I would like to shed some light on is Recommendation 9 from the report, which highlights the need of a 24/7 central point of contact for palliative and end-of-life care. Families or individuals in need of this care do so at a time of great distress. Ensuring family members are supported is their priority. So anything that we can do to make the process easier is essential. A 24/7 central point of contact consisting of telephone or online services, perhaps both, which can provide crucial advice on referral pathways, emergency out-of-hours care, and pre- and post-bereavement services could really be crucial for every individual and families during this time. Though this would of course require resourcing, progressing this recommendation would make a meaningful difference. Additionally, during the inquiry, committee also heard of the challenges facing palliative care providers regarding access to prescription medications, something which Recommendation 5 in this report seeks to address. There are multiple suggestions made in this area. However, I would like to point to some of the less cost-intensive aspects, which would also have a significant impact on service delivery. And these include a pathway to ensure access to palliative care medicines outside of hours, which can be done in tandem with the central point of access that I previously mentioned. Having pharmaceutical wholesalers keep sufficient stocks of certain palliative medicines, and including palliative and end-of-life care in core training for undergraduate, foundation year and postgraduate pharmacists. Often when palliative care is provided, time is of the essence, and I would urge the Department to look at the individual components of this recommendation and ensure that they can speed up any actions that they can take. Before I finish, I want to focus on a number of the visits that we took place as a committee and both individual MLAs. As an MLA in the North Belfast constituency, I made sure to visit the Northern Ireland Children's Hospice, but I also had a visit to Marie Curie. And during both those days, one of the most important aspects to me was talking to the specialist healthcare providers and, most importantly, the patients and their families. In particular, the Marie Curie visit, I spoke to one gentleman who unfortunately has now passed, and what it meant to him in being an inpatient at that unit. It was about being looked after by people who had specialist practice, but also people who cared about his every need, not just clinical need, but personal need. For families in the Northern Ireland Children's Hospice, it's about having access to outdoors, about having respite, space to grieve, space to love and look after other siblings in an environment that reminds them of home. So I want to finish by thanking all those organisations who came to committee to provide evidence during this inquiry, and most importantly to thank each and every one of the family members who provided evidence and allowed them into either their home or the organisations and hear about what the service means to them. Thank you.
And Chambers.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I certainly welcome the opportunity to speak in this important debate. I'm sure there is a political unanimity right across this chamber for the desire for high quality and dignified care from diagnosis through to the end of life. Through lived experiences with friends and family, some of us have likely seen at first hand the importance of person-centred support at the most vulnerable points in life. And yet, despite what many of us already knew about such care, the recent Health Committee inquiry has still provided an incredibly comprehensive examination of palliative and end-of-care life care undertaken in Northern Ireland. It was certainly an informative and sometimes eye-opening scrutiny of the issue. Northern Ireland has many strengths in palliative care: our hospices, community nursing teams, hospital specialists, GPs and pharmacists provide care marked by professionalism and humanity. That was often remarked upon throughout the inquiry, but the inquiry also highlighted real challenges. Access sometimes, Mr Deputy Speaker, remains uneven, particularly in rural and isolated areas where travel distances and gaps in community provision can limit choice at the end of life. Workforce pressures can also impact the consistency of care people receive. And as has been discussed before, hospice often rely on charitable fundraising to sustain core services that the public rightly expects to be available. There have been various central departmental investments made in recent years, and I welcome those. Another theme emerging clearly from the inquiry is the need for earlier identification of palliative needs and better planning. Too many people still associate palliative care only with the final days of life, when in reality its purpose is much broader, supporting quality of life, better management of symptoms, and strengthening family resilience over a longer period. I look forward to the Minister's consideration of the Committee's findings, and I trust he and his officials will engage meaningfully on them. But I'm also conscious that while some of the recommendations can be implemented quickly and at minimal or no cost, the inquiry also calls for significant investment. And as much as we may all support that, no one in this chamber will be unaware of the wider budgetary reality facing that department. Ultimately, our goal must be a Northern Ireland where every person, regardless of diagnosis, home address or circumstance, can access timely and quality palliative care in the setting that best supports them and their loved ones. The inquiry, I hope, will further help in delivering it. And I'd like to take this opportunity to place the thanks and appreciation of my party for the caring work carried out by everyone working in this important and at times very demanding sector. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Call Colin McGrath.
Deputy Speaker, and we often say that how a society treats people at the end of life says everything about who we actually are. And today's motion asks us to confront that truth with honesty, compassion, and with a unity of purpose. And across the committee's work this year, through more than 350 written submissions, powerful evidence sessions, and visits to hospices across the north, we heard again and again that palliative care in Northern Ireland is sustained by extraordinary people, but constrained by inconsistent structures. At the outset, I'd like to pay tribute to the dedicated and effective Health Committee staff who waded through reams of notes, reports and evidence sessions, and not always brief member contributions, and have produced the report that we have before us. In the course of our inquiry, family told us of communication failures, of support that disappeared at 5 p.m, of being unable to be unaware of services, and of experiencing trauma that stayed with them long after their loved one had gone. These were not easy conversations, and I want to acknowledge the collegiate spirit among committee members throughout the inquiry. I appreciate that not everyone was able to attend every visit. Naturally, we did not always agree on every element, but the messages that we were hearing were consistent, and we were united in our determination to amplify those voices of patients and of families. But the findings were clear. There is no clinical lead for palliative care in the north, and we're the only region in these islands without one. There is no adult palliative care strategy. There is an outdated funding model that forces hospices to raise huge sums just to keep essential services open. And there are stark inequalities where someone lives often determines the support that they receive. That is not good enough, and the people we met deserve better. And I want to turn to the human reality behind all of this. Many people across Northern Ireland were deeply moved by the recent BBC story of Anne Shepherd, a lady whose final days were marked not by comfort but by unnecessary suffering. Her family's courage in speaking out forces us to confront what happens whenever the system fails. Their experience is not isolated, it echoes too many others that we have heard in our work. And no family should ever have to face the final days of a loved one alone, unsupported, or in fear. And today we commit through this report to changing that. And this is at the heart of palliative care. It is not about death, it's about how we honour life to the very last moment. As an MLA, I was profoundly moved to see the work that goes on in Rostrevor Life and Time, who provide a life of care for people in South Down in their own homes. They are doing the work we want to see the department bring forward, and we should have heard of them in the inquiry, but sadly we didn't have time to hear from them. End-of-life care is about dignity, presence, relief from pain, a hand held, a voice heard, and a family supported. The report published today is not the end of the journey, but rather is a stepping stone leading us towards the next step in delivering palliative care that works. The report gives us a framework built from lived experience, but it only becomes meaningful if the executive now picks it up, prioritises it, and resources it. And I say the executive because I believe wholeheartedly that the Minister has a desire to see this work commenced, but that will need financial buy-in from his colleagues around the executive table. So I implore the Minister and the executive to take this report, to implement its recommendations, to fund the shift to 24/7 care and support, to deliver proper advanced care planning, to move to true cost funding for hospices and plan the pathway to 100%, and to appoint a clinical lead and build a strategy that finally meets the needs of our people. Deputy Speaker, our job today is simple. It's to welcome the report, to honour the lives of those that shaped it, and to commit to fully and urgently to building a palliative care system worthy of the people that it serves. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Linda Dillon.
First of all, I want to welcome the publication of the report. I want to commend all of those who contributed to the inquiry, to the patients, to their families, to the staff in the statutory and the voluntary sector, and all who took time to tell their stories. The evidence given to the committee was powerful and often very emotional, and particularly for those of us in the committee who have maybe been impacted and understand this all too well, which was actually probably, I would say, almost all of us. And it, excuse me, that when people do not receive the palliative support they need, it is not an inconvenience, it is a trauma, and we heard firsthand about that trauma. It is suffering that is both unavoidable and unacceptable. Families told us of loved ones left without care packages, without help to eat or move, without proper symptom and pain management, without access to medicines out of hours. They described the fear, the exhaustion, the guilt that comes with the health system when the health system withdraws, and the responsibility falls entirely on them and on those who support them. And that is harm, and it damages people long after those final days. One of the clearest messages in this report is that palliative care does not mean dying. It is not something that belongs only in the last hours of a person's life. Palliative care is about living with dignity. It is about pain control, nutrition, mobility supports, emotional and spiritual care, support for carers and for families, and enabling people, where possible, to remain at home if that is their wish. The report's recommendations on advanced care planning and on recording emotional and spiritual well-being through Encompass and on supporting families through 24/7 point of access all speak directly to this wider holistic understanding of palliative care. The submissions from hospice groups and professionals made that crystal clear. Despite the dedication and compassion of staff, access to palliative care remains deeply unequal across the North. The report outlines long waits for services, workforce shortages, limited community provision and significant gaps in out-of-hours care. It highlights the particular challenges faced by people in rural and border areas who cannot depend on timely or consistent support. And for Sinn Féin, this reinforces the need for an all-island approach. And we listened to Fintan Fagan, the chair of the All-Ireland Institute of Hospice and Palliative Care, upstairs today in the Long Gallery, and he was very clear in how he wants to support, and he did, and he was very good in terms of coming to the committee and assisting us, and he was very clear that he will help your department and your officials in terms of setting up an implementation framework. And I think that all of that is to be welcome, because we understand that your department and your officials are under severe pressure. We want to see an all-island approach where one where people living in border communities can access services seamlessly, where expertise, specialist teams and data are shared, and where palliative care is planned on the basis of need rather than geography. The report itself calls on the Minister to examine cross-border cooperation to make access easier for rural communities, and that is a direction that we fully support, and that is recommendation 21C. The inquiry also highlighted something that we cannot ignore. The South has fully funded hospices, reducing the reliance on fundraising to deliver essential services, and that is the direction that we need to move in here. And I can assure you that families in our community will continue to fundraise, and that will allow our hospices to do what the likes of St Francis Hospice has been able to do, to improve their facilities, to improve the facilities where they have people.
The member take an intervention.
Absolutely.
I would just like to note, as a Foyle MLA and our much cherished Foyle Hospice, who's been operating over 40 years in the city, they rely currently 60% on the fundraising and the goodwill of the people, and it's a much loved organisation. But do you not agree that the funding model is totally out of date and we should be moving quite urgently to a 100% model like the 26 counties?
I thank the member for the intervention, and the report is explicit in recommendation 3. The department must move to 100% funding of hospice services, standardised contracts and long-term financial certainty. The recommendation is welcome and long overdue, and I understand this requires funding, but these people are ending up in our hospitals where they should not be. And what this inquiry makes absolutely clear is that palliative care must be treated as a core health care, fully funded, fully staffed, coordinated across trusts and backed by legislation. It needs proper workforce planning, investment in community teams, improved access to medicines, a single 24/7 point of contact for families, better training across the system, and a new regional strategy that finally meets the growing needs of our population. This report points towards that direction of travel, and we support that. We want to see a system that gives people comfort, dignity and choice rather than fear, delay and bureaucracy. I want to thank the committee staff for all of their work, and importantly thank the families who shared their experiences with honesty and courage, and those with lived experience like Christine Campbell, as was mentioned earlier in the chamber today. Their voices remind us that this is not an abstract policy debate, it is about people at their most vulnerable moments. As we reflect on this report, what this report demands of us, I am reminded of the words of Anne Richardson, a writer whose work on hospice care captures the heart of the issue. We cannot change the outcome, but we can affect the journey. That simple truth lies at the heart of this report. The responsibility in all of us is to ensure that every one person's journey is shaped by dignity, compassion and the proper support, not fear. And I absolutely concur. All of the executives and all of us MLAs should support the Minister in implementing the recommendations.
Okay, I'm going to call Alan Robinson.
The Speaker, I very much welcome the opportunity to speak today on this really important issue. The committee inquiry did a lot of really good work in gathering evidence and hearing powerful testimony from patients, families, providers and those right across the health sector and the independent sector. The work helped to identify areas which requires greater focus and bringing forth the recommendation within the report. We all very much hope that the Minister and his department can translate that into positive change for the better. As inquiry page put it, palliative care is an approach aimed at improving the quality of life for patients, both adults and children, as well as their families who are dealing with life-threatening illnesses. It works to prevent suffering through early identification, proper assessment, and treatment of pain and other issues, whether physical, emotional or spiritual. And a key line said, it provides a support system to help patients live as fully and actively as possible until the end of life. The outcome of the inquiry reinforced our concerns that the current system was failing to support patients at the most vulnerable time in their lives. We are very grateful to the evidence received from 37 organisations, 71 health professionals and academic, 221 individuals with lived experience, raise the department and the independent hospice sector, including the warm welcome we received and a number of visits. As others have said, it is really important to thank the committee staff who spent long hours bringing together the report and the 27 recommendations therein. Some of the recommendations are very powerful, and while we will all have views on what would be the most important, The introduction of legislation to mandate the commissioning and funding of palliative end-of-life care is number one, and underpinned by the appointment of an interim independent clinical need, which really should need no explanation. We are the only region that does not have such a role across these isles. The long-standing funding arrangements for hospices really is not fit for purpose, where it relies heavily on charitable fundraising to support what are, in reality, core health services. Outsourcing essential healthcare to charity dependency is wrong on so many levels. Just imagine intensive care services being dependent on cake sales or the selling of second-hand clothes and furniture. Another recommendation that I will mention is Recommendation 27, which calls for a new palliative and end-of-life strategy to be introduced. Having a current strategy from 2010 dating back 15 years cannot serve a population marked by demographic change, medical advances, and the mounting pressures across our health service. The inquiry report is a landmark moment which lights a path forward. The work carried out highlighted so many challenges but provides so many opportunities. This cannot be another long-term aspiration by the Department. The committee has done its job. Now it is time for the Department to urgently take up the baton and do its job. Early palliative care improves quality of life and reduces costs by avoiding unnecessary hospital admissions. Now is the time for the Department to truly shift left, both in words and in their actions. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
And thank you. I now call on the Minister of Health to respond. And Minister, you have up to 20 minutes.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. And can I begin, as I must do, by congratulating the committee on this piece of work, very detailed piece of work. I also congratulate them on the speed at which they got a debate in this chamber. I think they actually opened the debate before you even officially launched the report upstairs. And that could be a first. So, I mean, but genuinely, I thank the members of the committee for undertaking the inquiry. I'm particularly aware of the personal insights that were provided by people with lived experience, and I'm pleased to see that that's been reflected right throughout the report. The impact of personal stories and experiences shared has been acknowledged by the Chair, and I think it just chimes with my view that all healthcare is personal. In fact, it's as personal as life gets. I also want to take the opportunity to express gratitude for the dedication of our palliative care workforce, who demonstrate both professionalism and compassion. I think professionalism based on their training and their experience, compassion based on their empathy and their humanity, and it's a wonderful, wonderful combination. So my department and I will wish to consider the report fully, and we will of course respond in detail to the committee in the new year. But in the meantime, I want to outline some of the work that's already underway, which I hope will fulfil some of the recommendations, including the ongoing scoping exercise. But I think it's also important to note some of the recommendations call for significant additional investment in palliative and end-of-care life services, and some of the recommendations are not costed, and that's fair enough, because the committee does not have a full department and the resources within it behind them. Although, if I'm being a bit cheeky but honest, I did have a bit of a Victor Meldrew moment when I realised Diane Dodds had signed up to uncosted recommendations. But I recognised she was called away for an unavoidable reason, so I will not take the hand any further on that. Access to quality palliative and end-of-life care, when it's needed, is something which we've acknowledged in this debate all of us wish for those who are important to us and indeed for ourselves. Now, I think over recent years we have seen some significant improvement in palliative and end-of-life care. We have a partnership programme. It's co-led by my department's Strategic Planning and Performance Group and the Public Health Agency. Through a collaborative ethos in bringing together stakeholders, including service users, carers, voices for care, as mentioned by the Chair, the partnership has been at the forefront of shaping holistic, person-centred palliative care services for adults at both regional and local level. That said, while we've undoubtedly seen progress, we can't escape the fact that as we look to the future, we need to ensure we have in place the policies, the practice and the workforce that will allow us to respond to the projected growth in the need. So to do this, we have to have both a fuller understanding of the palliative care landscape and the evidence base that will allow us to plan for where we need to be in the years to come. And that's why, at my request, my department is undertaking a baseline scoping exercise to consider existing services across the region and whether they're meeting the palliative and end-of-care needs of the populations they currently serve and those they will need to be prepared to serve in the future. This extensive programme of work will also include a population-based palliative and end-of-life care needs assessment, as well as engagement with service users and those important to them. I want to understand the experience and the quality of palliative and end-of-life care. Ultimately, our goal is that the outcomes of this exercise will better inform the future planning and the commissioning of palliative and end-of-care services and will have direct benefits for people with palliative care needs and those who are important to them.
The Minister for taking intervention. I just want to ask the Minister whether that scoping exercise will replicate or duplicate the work that the committee has already undertaken. I understand that there are methods that each department has to go through, but there are also clear recommendations already outlined in the inquiry. So I'm just wondering, can you use those recommendations instead of starting from scratch within the Health Department?
I thank the member for her point. Obviously, we are just very recently in receipt of an advance copy of the report. What we will now do is see where there is an overlap so that we don't duplicate. So the member's point is acknowledged. I also want to acknowledge the concern expressed by the committee about the pace of progress and I want to try to assure members this does not reflect a lack of focus or a lack of prioritisation on the part of my department. This is a significant complex project. It involves working right across our system, and the outcomes will provide the robust evidence we need to plan for, commission and deliver adult palliative care and end-of-care services into the future. And to that end, good preparation is essential. And my officials have been taking time to engage with stakeholders. I want to ensure we get the foundations right. So work is underway. The Task and Finish Group, leading on the scoping of existing services, staffing, and contracting from all providers. This will be part of a review at a workshop planned for next month. Now, the committee has stressed the importance of access to community-based palliative care services, including out of hours, and ensuring that services are rural-proofed, all important issues. So in September, as part of Palliative Care Week, I spoke at a Hospice UK event on the particular challenges to accessing care services in rural areas. So having access to these services is important for everybody. It's right, therefore, people with palliative care needs who live in our rural communities should be able to expect that they'll receive the care and the support that they need. Access to services closer to home is very much in line with the vision I set out in my recently published Reset Plan. That included a commitment to develop a model for primary, community and social care which will deliver greater levels of care for citizens in their communities, alongside a funding plan to support delivery starting in April of 26. This model will see a range of stakeholders working closely together in formal partnership to provide integrated care. I hope it will facilitate a preventative approach to healthcare and help manage demand more effectively. Officials have commenced work to develop this new neighbourhood model, which is an important enabler for the commitment to shifting left. Now, building a neighbourhood model will require providers from across health and social care to work in new ways to deliver services to people. This will be an important cultural change, as well as a planning and a commissioning challenge. Palliative and end-of-care providers will play a key role in developing the new model. Indeed, there was a lot of interest and engagement from the hospice sector in our recent stakeholder event with the voluntary community and social enterprise sectors. A central principle of the neighbourhood model will be providing better care to people in their own homes and communities, and thereby reducing attendance at hospitals and emergency departments. It's important people who have palliative care needs are not inappropriately having to attend an ED when their care is better supported at home or in the community. An example of palliative care support currently provided within the community is the community pharmacy palliative care service model. Under this model, a network of 60 pharmacies builds on the support offered by all pharmacies, providing advice and access to supplies from a regionally agreed list of specialist medicines, which aims to ensure the needs of vulnerable patients are met at the end of life. And my department's winter preparedness plan outlines how work is already underway to review and consolidate the model. My department has also worked in partnership with Community Pharmacy NI and the Pharmacy Forum NI to encourage community pharmacies to sign up to the Marie Curie Daffodil Standards for end-of-life care, and to do so ahead of this winter. This will support pharmacy teams to build on existing palliative care provision and improve the quality of care already provided to patients and their families. One of the best ways to prevent patients needing to seek urgent access to medicines out of hours in the evenings or weekends is to further develop access to anticipatory prescribing so that patients have medicines at home when they need them. Just-in-case boxes have already improved access to anticipatory medicines in some areas, and I'm keen to see the learning from this pilot applied across the whole region. My department is also actively progressing the scale-up of other areas of best practice, such as the rollout of urgent community prescribing pathways for patients receiving care in the community from hospice providers. This builds on the successful Pathfinder and Foyle Hospice, which has had a positive impact on allowing patients, families and friends to be where they are needed the most with their loved ones. It's also afforded the additional benefit of reducing pressure on the healthcare system. Now, the committee, I notice, called for increased funding for hospices, recommending that over the next 5 years my department move to 100% funding for all hospice services, with the introduction of 50% funding for actual costs from 2026-27. Now, I think this is a big challenge, but what I would say to members is we all ask to be elected to overcome challenges. So let's face those challenges and let's not let them become insurmountable obstacles to making progress.
Given that if we were to move to a model where we would fund our hospices 100%, and that would alleviate pressures in other parts of the healthcare system, such as emergency departments and others, would you undertake to apply to the Transformation Fund from the Department of Finance to get funding? Because I think if you did that for 1 year, the savings that would be available in other parts of the service would make it cost neutral.
Well, I thank the member for the intervention. I think he understands I don't make up policy on the hoof in the chamber, but it is certainly something I will take away and consider. The member knows there are so many moving parts. Invest to save could be applied right across the health and social care system, but it's finding that initial investment, and perhaps the Transformation Fund is a source in the area he has identified. I wanted to say that since I've taken up post, I've visited hospices and met with representatives and also with service users and families, and I fully recognise the role they play in supporting people living with life-limiting conditions and the difference they make to the quality of life, not just for patients but for families and for carers as well. I'm also aware of the funding challenges they face, so I acknowledge the committee's desire to see changes in funding. My department has been undertaking work to ensure current adult hospice funding is in line with existing commissioning arrangements to secure that 50-50 funding for hospice inpatient beds and commissioned community specialist palliative care services for 25-26. I acknowledge the committee's report says that is not good enough. My department has also been engaging with the Northern Ireland Children's Hospice to understand the costs incurred in delivering procured services and to benchmark against similar services. I want to ensure value for money and that the funding received is in line with the level of service provided. I anticipate this work will conclude within the current financial year. The committee has also highlighted the need to implement the advanced care planning policy as a matter of urgency, and I can assure the Chamber implementation of that policy remains a strategic priority, and the associated benefits are very evident and understood across the HSC system. Importantly, this includes the adoption of the recommended summary plan for emergency care and treatment, RESPECT, which will enable a standardised approach to recording all recommendations about a person's care and treatment, including DNA CPR. Do not attempt cardiopulmonary resuscitation. As further evidence of my commitment in this area, the policy has been included as one of the work streams for consideration under the HSC Big Discussion Winter Preparedness Programme. It involves consideration of the short-term benefits to impact winter pressures this year, and also the longer-term benefits from a system-wide rollout. These are important early steps and have helped build momentum. It is, of course, equally important that wider implementation of advanced care planning is done in a coherent and a managed way. This will require collaborative engagement across the system, involving multi-professional teams in all care settings for a sustained period of time. It will also require a societal shift to ensure advanced care planning becomes a routine part of healthcare, with discussions becoming the norm rather than something that is often put off until later. There's common agreement that advanced care planning is the right thing to do, primarily for the individual, but also for the wider system. And I'm confident progressing implementation in this way represents the best chance of success. So the recommendations made by the committee are reflective of the breadth of its ambitions for palliative care, both in the immediate and the longer term. And I want to assure members of my own commitment and desire to ensure that quality palliative care services are available and accessible to people wherever they live in this country. This is a basic tenet of how, as a society, we value and care for people when they're often at their most vulnerable. I'm aware of calls for new palliative and end-of-care strategies. In a recent meeting with hospice representatives, my department indicated it would be supportive of a new palliative care strategy to replace living matters, dying matters. However, it's important to recognise, as also reflected in the report, the wide-ranging aspects of palliative care that are not restricted to health. Within the context of increasing demand for palliative and end-of-life care, the committee's report can provide a roadmap that will help inform a strategic direction both now and into the future. And in looking to the future, as members will be aware, the Finance Minister has indicated his intention to bring forward recommendations to the Executive for a multi-year budget. I very much support and welcome that drive. A multi-year settlement would allow my department to plan for the next 3 years and thus enable us to prioritise spending, investment and workforce planning much more effectively. However, we will still be constrained by the funding allocation we receive, and while it's not possible to provide a definitive assessment of our future funding position until that final budget settlement for future years has been reached, it is likely we'll not have all the resources to do everything we want to do, or indeed everything that needs to be done. I am determined to drive forward the reform we need for the medium to longer term. I want to create what I believe can, in the next 3 to 5 years, be a world-leading health and social care system. And to do so, I need the support of my executive colleagues, I need your support in this chamber, and I need a multi-year budget that prioritises the health of the people of Northern Ireland. You've got to give me the capability to deliver this. In closing, Deputy Speaker, I would again like to thank the committee for the comprehensiveness of its inquiry report, and I thank members for the dignity and the empathy with which this debate has been conducted. I will have to take time to carefully consider the committee's findings and recommendations. I will then respond when I have done so. I guarantee I will not leave it on the shelf. And my final thought, I mentioned visiting the Children's Hospice, Deputy Speaker. My first visit to the Children's Hospice was a real surprise to me, because I discovered something I didn't expect to discover. And I saw it in the children, I saw it in the parents, and I saw it in the staff. It was joy. It was joy. And that, to me, is a motivation to do better in this area. And once again, I thank the committee for putting it on my radar and giving me a focus.
Minister, thank you for that response. I now call on the Deputy Chair of the Health Committee, Danny Donnelly, to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and you've up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As Deputy Chairperson for the Committee of Health, it is a privilege to wind on this debate. I would like to thank members for their contributions on this important issue, and to the Minister for responding to the motion today. Again, I want to place on record my thanks to the sector and to the healthcare professionals who so ably care for the most vulnerable in our communities and provide support to patients and their families in the most difficult of circumstances. We have heard many stories of the impact that your care has had on families for a long time after their loved ones have passed away. Over the last year, we have seen so many projects providing much needed support to patients and families. Even last week, when the committee was on a visit to the SWA, we called into the Cancer Focus Hub in Enniskillen, and we heard of the great work they are doing, including providing support to families. I also want to pay tribute to the businesses and to the public who support our hospices through their donations and to support the work of hospices. Without that support, some of these services would not exist. I also want to thank those patients and families who have shared with us throughout this process when we visited the hospices, in our written submissions and through the lived experience event that we held. Your experiences have shaped the recommendations in this report. I would also like to thank my fellow committee members and the committee staff for their work on this inquiry. This has taken over a year to produce and outlines the priority that the committee gives to this issue. Many issues have been covered in this debate, and I will now comment on some of the contributions. Committee Chair Philip McGuigan opened the debate earlier on. Diane Dodds noted the assisted dying bill that is passing through Westminster at the minute and thanked contributors with lived experience and the sector. She noted the inconsistencies in provision across Northern Ireland, and that was something we heard time and time again. Also, she noted the lack of out-of-hours support, again, which was a constant theme through the evidence, and highlighted that hospices are not funded fully for specialist services. And she highlighted the importance of recommendations, especially 1 to 5. My colleague Nuala McAllister then noted the committee heard from services about how they could be improved, and she highlighted particularly recommendation 9, that is the need for a 24/7 central point of contact, be that telephone or online service, which would be crucial to families and would make a meaningful difference. She also highlighted the need for swift access to palliative care medications, again something that was very common across a lot of the evidence, and she spoke of speaking to patients and families with experience of palliative care. Alan Chambers then spoke of the political unanimity for high quality care at end of life, and highlighted that uneven access to palliative care, particularly in rural areas, which again was something we'd heard quite a few times. He also highlighted that too many people still associate palliative care with end of life, and what they are missing is that it improves the quality of life. Colin McGrath then highlighted that palliative care is sustained by extraordinary people but is constrained, and that there are communication issues, particularly due to the lack of support after 5 o'clock, and again out of hours issues were something that came up, and that the current system does unfortunately provide trauma to people long after their loved ones have gone away, and again highlighted the stark inequalities of where support is different across Northern Ireland because of where you live. He highlighted the experience of Anne Shepherd and her husband that was reported on the BBC today, and I don't think any of us who heard that would not be moved. Linda Dillon then talked to the evidence that was heard, stating that it was powerful and emotional, and I would agree with Linda. At times it was very emotional in committee, and that not receiving palliative care is trauma in itself. Palliative care is about dying, is not about dying, but it's about living with dignity, and I would agree completely with Linda there. Alan Robinson then highlighted a key line in the report that says palliative care provides a support system for patients to live as fully and as actively as possible until the end of life, and highlighted the need for a clinical lead for palliative care, and particularly highlighted recommendation 27, which is the need for a new palliative care and end of life strategy. And he called this inquiry report a landmark moment, which I would agree with Alan. The Minister then responded to the debate and thanked the committee for undertaking the inquiry, and in particular for the personal testimonies, highlighting that all healthcare is personal, and this will affect many of us and many of the families that we're aware of. He thanked in particular the palliative care workforce and committed to responding in detail in the new year, and I know the committee will look forward to that. Yep, certainly.
For taking an intervention, I'll keep it brief, and I agree with the Minister when you visit the Children's Hospice. Can you hear me now? Sorry. I agree with the Minister. When you visit the Children's Hospice, that is exactly what you see. You see joy, and it's not what you expect to see, but that's what it looks like when you get the very, very best, and that's what we want for everybody.
Thank you, Linda. And certainly I would agree with the Minister and with Linda. We had many visits to hospices, and you do see that, and that is palliative care being done at its very best. The Minister also referred to the Department's ongoing scoping exercise and how that would maybe work in parallel then with this report. He highlighted that some of the recommendations have not been costed and pointed out recent improvements in palliative care and end-of-life care. He highlighted the need to look to the future in order to plan for palliative care needs in the years to come. And reassured us that any concerns we have about the pace of process is not due to a lack of focus. The Minister said that a planned review and a workshop is planned for next month, which was certainly very reassuring to hear, and did again note the discrepancy in access to palliative care in rural areas. And then, just to finish, yes, the Minister did highlight his visit to the Children's Hospice, stating that he observed joy with the families and the patients in there at that time. In closing, I do want to highlight a couple of issues that could be introduced immediately with little resource. We have heard of the importance of having discussions with their family about our wishes when a terminal diagnosis is given, and we have heard from those with lived experience about the importance of advanced care planning and how that presents how at present there is not enough communication of patients' wishes across the system. We have heard stories of patients having to share their wishes a number of times across different service providers. The committee have been told that the bulk of the work on advanced care planning has been completed, and I ask the Minister to implement this as soon as possible. We have heard of the need for a clinical lead for palliative care in the system, and the committee believes that the Minister, the Department and the sector would benefit from the expertise of a clinical lead, and this could increase the visibility of palliative care in the system and provide the necessary priority for this issue. The Minister can and should appoint an interim clinical lead as soon as possible. There has been no strategy for adult palliative care since the last strategy ended in 2015. The Department should use the scoping work it is undertaking and the work of this inquiry to bring forward a cohesive strategy and implementation plan that takes into account the growing need for palliative care. My real concern is that if we don't build sustainable community services now, in 10 years we will not have improved access to palliative care services. We spend too much money on unplanned care in Northern Ireland. Marie Curie report showed that in 2022, in the last year of life, approximately £350 million is spent on palliative care. Of that £350 million, approximately £195 million is spent on emergency admissions. And while I appreciate that patients should be treated in the best place for their care, I don't see how we cannot plan better to provide services in the community to prevent that emergency admission. It is proven that when we provide better services in the community, emergency admissions will be greatly reduced. Palliative care should be one of the Minister's pillars of his shift left. Not only does it provide better services and support for patients and families, it is a prime example of providing funding in the community to reduce pressures on our hospitals. The important part is what we do now, and I will make it clear to the sector and to the Minister that access to palliative care services will remain a priority for this committee. We are happy to work with the Minister and the Department on taking forward the recommendations and seeing real progress for patients, families and building a sustainable sector that is able to meet the needs of our communities. I commend this report to the House.
Thank you. Members, I will now put the question, and the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Point of order, Mr. Brooks. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Just to put on record my apologies to the House for missing my question earlier on during Assembly Commission questions. I was feeling unwell at the time.
Mr. Brooks, that's noted and appreciated. Thank you. Okay, members. Item 6 on the order paper, the adjournment. As you were advised earlier,
Earlier, the Speaker had been notified today that the proposer will not be speaking to the adjournment topic on the order paper today. So the question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.